Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. We're almost on time. I would have been on time if I were on time, except for the part where I wasn't. Need fan. Already overheating. Fan's nice. Very nice. The ducks are arranged. I have as much of them on screen as I can fit. I will figure out a better configuration for the ducks in the near future. I'm gonna have to get real creative. We'll figure it out, because I don't like that some of them are going to be off screen. It's only a couple, but it's unfair. So it will be fixed at some point. As usual, I do not recall. Book smells so good when it's burnt. It's got that fireplace wood smell. So, the girls got sent away like so much chattel again. They went shopping and kept confusing the words credit card and cash. Dominic was seen with a ring because apparently he's about to propose to a woman that he's spent like a collective 5 days with. We are officially through the halfway point of both this book and the series, since this is the middle book. We still have our pages that are marked for death, should they go unresolved by the end of the book. I have a feeling they will, and we'll have a nice little bonfire that day. A rare occurrence, we're actually starting at the beginning of a chapter, which is weird, because usually I have to find somewhere to stop in the middle. Which is hard, because there's no page breaks, or paragraph breaks, or natural stops to anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, nothing happened last week. Oh, he had a weird freak out over her going to the doctor, which was incredibly weird. And then there was a whole get in the shower because you smell like another man thing, which I think Book doesn't know how to doctor correctly. I mean, it doesn't really know how to do much of anything correctly, but that seemed especially egregious. Not really sure why. Just did. Eyes can type real words, really. When my keys find, or my fingers find the right keys. Oh, I hear the sounds of a puppy. He doesn't know he's early. I'm sure he will be around to be shown off. He likes being shown off, even though he doesn't like to face the camera. He likes the attention that he gets. And the belly rubs, ear scratches, and cuddles. I'm told that he's a good boy. He likes all of that. Oh. I'm tired. We haven't even started yet. Ugh. Oh. But since we are all gathered, we may as well get started. So everybody please rise for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure," then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, everyone. Looks like we're having a slow night. That's okay. We like to keep things casual. Should loosen up on the shirt a little. There we go. I'm not wearing red for once. Also, because this is clean. Ugh, still have frizzy hair. I just brushed it, and I still look like I stuck my finger in a light socket. Right, how is everyone in the chat? Ugh. Puppy, I'm sure, will be joining us in a little while. I think he's on the couch, which probably means he has his head down the corner and thinks he's invisible. Because, puppy. But shall we first introduce all of our lovely ducks? I'm doing my best to make them all fit on screen. I'll get better. I gotta move some stuff. But I got ideas. But first things first, we shall introduce all of our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Jumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sasu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Zit, Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Madison, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, no, that wasn't Madison, that was Libby Doe. Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, still one of the best names we've ever had, Autolycus, Deja Mu, and Insidious. And as always, we have our bag o' random ducks waiting to be chosen and joined to the stage. For $10, you can sponsor a random duck that I will draw out of this bag, and you get to name it, and if you don't, I will. And if you want something extra special, not going to drop them this week, we have our lovely lineup of painted ducks. We have A Christmas Story duck, Yoshi, Rooster, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Turducken, Cleopatra, and Evel Knievel duck. Yes, I was in a dark mood when I made that one. I still really like it though. Not sorry. So those are our painted ducks. If you would like a painted duck, please specify which one. When you choose to sponsor a duck, just put in the message which duck so that I will know. Otherwise, if you just put painted duck, I will pick one at random. For $25, you can lock me up in these very real police issue handcuffs. There is a key in here that will be on the desk because we practice safety. There's a second key on a string around the monitor in case I drop this one because we really practice safety here and we're smart. These are my personal favorite. We haven't had them in a few weeks, so if you're looking to buy a girl a present, you know, they're nice and shiny and they're in my favorite color. You really can't go wrong. Or if you would like to see me suffer ever so slightly, I will chug a glass of this very, very sour pink lemonade that I am so sick of. We're still finding something else for next month. I don't know what yet, but I'm finding something else. I'll lick a warhead or something. I don't know. I'll come up with something. Do they make sour pixie sticks? I'm sure they do. We'll think of something. But for $50, I will chug a very full glass of this very sour pink lemonade and make lots of delightful faces while doing so. Oh, and for $100, in case anybody has absolutely lost their mind or won the lottery today and is feeling generous, I do have a bra with spikes inside that I will go off camera and put on. You'll be able to see it. And it gets, shall we say, deliciously painful after a little while. So, with our cover covered. Oh, I forgot to take out our pages. Damn it. I forgot. I needed to add on to Baby Girl because we have run out of space. I needed to add paper and I forgot. We'll figure it out because it'll definitely come up. He cannot go 5 seconds without calling her that. It's like it is by far the winner, shall we say. It is a race for second place. And on our other things, that's the count on our other things. They can't spell the word come. But what I was gonna do is tape this to this. Make it longer. So that is what we will do. I will do the taping part later because I have to find the tape. You know, tape is one of those things your pets like to steal. Of course, I used to have a kitty that I swear to God would lick the tape off of lick the glue off the tape and get high. I swear he did. He loved to chew some tape. And then he needed to be rescued when he fought with the tape and lost by taping his foot to his ear, which he did more than once, and sometimes his tail was in there too. Alright. You know, I will say, one area of this book improves on E.L. James. We're on chapter 11 and we're halfway through already. Because it has decent sized chapters. They're not too consistent, but they're decently sized. There's no one-page chapters. I'm never forgiving that because that's not a chapter. We are, for once, starting at the beginning of an actual chapter instead of in the middle one. Oh yeah, she got in a really stupid fight with her mom because she finally fessed up and told her everything, and her mom's like, some reason pissed off that she's married or she's pregnant, even though she is married and wealthy. Like, I don't really, we couldn't really figure out what the problem was, but apparently it's being portrayed as a big deal. I'm willing to bet nothing comes of it. So we have chapter 11. Why aren't you naked? That just bodes so well for us this evening. I heard a quiet whisper by my ear. I opened my eyes. It was completely dark in the bedroom and the living room. The clock showed 11. I rolled over, cuddling against my husband's torso. Because I didn't expect to wake up next to you, and I needed to smell you. I pinched the bridge of his shirt. I pinched the edge of his shirt that I had on, pulling it off and throwing it to the floor. The man in black wrapped his arms around me and pressed me against his chest. I still have no idea why sometimes she calls him Massimo and sometimes he's the man in black. It didn't sa- it didn't sound like you missed me over the phone. Oh, that's right. They were apart and she was upset. Oh, he did pull a Christian Grey. He did. He did, because he was supposed to be gone for like another 2 days, and now she's waking up with him in bed. So yeah, he pulled the, oh my god, my woman's upset. Let me drop everything and run to her, even though she really doesn't need me. He pulled away and looked at me. And while we're at it, your phone's been switched off since yesterday. Petrified, I raised my eyes and met his gaze. I had turned my phone off yesterday, and with all that happened, I simply forgot to turn it back on. If he raked me over the coals now, he'd be right. You needed your space. Massimo's stare was surprisingly gentle, and his hand caressing my hair didn't signify trouble. It's nice when you're constantly having to gauge how angry your partner is because you're anticipating violence. What are you actually doing here? I asked, knitting my brows. You were supposed to come tomorrow. Did something happen? My love, he whispered, kissing my forehead. I think that's the first time he's ever called her that. I got scared when you called me. I was worried about you. He sighed and tightened his embrace. I should have been here with you when your mom learned about the baby. Well, that's kind of your fault because you're the one who made her keep everything secret, even when the time for that had clearly passed. I'm sorry for yelling at you. Sometimes I can't control myself. I rolled onto my back, and she didn't only learn about the baby. I told her about our marriage, too. I told her the whole story. No, you didn't. Because you didn't tell her that he kidnapped you and kept you hostage for months. Or that he knocked you up on purpose. Massimo gracefully rose to his feet and pressed a button on the remote. The lights switched on. He bit his lip, thinking, and his beautiful, muscular body tensed, only to relax an instant later. He looked out to the windows, puzzled. I could have watched him the whole night, but my rumbling stomach had other ideas. I need to deal with some things at work, Lara, Massimo said, finally disappearing into the bathroom, where he brushed his teeth and then into the dressing room. He changed into his black suit. Get ready for another trip. We're going to, I'm going to pronounce this, Dansk. Dominic and Olga are at her place. I'll be back before 4. Oh, I think they're still in Poland, possibly. So I'm not sure where they're going right now. I stayed in bed, my face a mask of bewilderment, thinking about what had just happened. Excuse me. What had made him change his clothes in 30 seconds and leave without another word? Oh, wait, he made a decision without consulting you or telling you what it is? Get used to it. That's apparently what you signed up for. You've only just arrived, Massimo. Don't you want to have breakfast with me? I came yesterday evening, so I spent the whole night with you. That doesn't count. I sat at the edge of the bed and placed a gentle kiss on my lips. He sat at the edge of the bed and placed a gentle kiss on my lips. I'll get I'll get it done in no time. I'll be all yours then. Yeah, press X to doubt. I crossed my arms and pouted. I'd like you to know what my need I'd like you to know that my needs have not been satisfied lately, I complained. And as my husband, it is your duty to sate all my desires. Besides, I'm angry, frustrated, sad, and hungry. The words poured from my mouth as I felt despair encroaching again. Massimo's eyes darkened. He narrowed them, looking at me. Yeah, he only heard the I want sex part of that. I ignored that signal, and that proved to be my mistake. I only noticed him shrugging off his jacket and stretching his lips in a half smile. Then he was right next to me. His hands lifted me up and carried me to the dining room, putting me down so I faced the large table. He was behind me. Yeah, here we go. Why, why? We'll do it like we did in the past, he said matter of factly, pulling down my panties and pushing his knee between my legs. See, that's all he ever hears is wants sex. And he hears it when it's not being said some of the time. She did say it this time, but ugh. He knelt and pushed me over the tabletop. His warm, moist tongue left a trail of saliva on my pussy. I moaned loudly as it started to trace circles around it. I lay down, my body sticking to the cold surface of the table. What are you sleeping in? Massimo was hungrily licking my cunt, leading me quickly to the verge of ecstasy. He straightened and slid 2 fingers into my snatch. Burn word. There we go. There we go. First page, and we got one. We get to play with fire. Preparing the way for his cock. As his right hand rubbed the inside of my hole, his left unbuckled his belt. Quick and hard, he breathed into my ear as his pants dropped to the floor. And don't ever say. His prick took the place of his fingers, and his hand shot out to grab my hair, pulling my head back, of course, because we always have to. They can't have sex without him breaking our neck in some fashion. Ugh. 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 Uh, don't ever say that I don't satisfy you. Well, you haven't been around to do the satisfying, so I think that that's fair. His hips slammed into me from behind and started pounding like a jackhammer. I cried out. You know, that's good some of the time, but not every time. Massimo let go of my head. His fingers bit into the skin of my buttocks as he kept impaling me. You like provoking me, eh? He hissed, allowing one hand to drop lower, rubbing against my clit. I'm not sure she does or if he's just really easily provoked. It's kind of both. His rock hard prick was thrusting in and out of me so fast. I was sure the whole thing couldn't last long. That's a very safe bet. A man in black leaned over me, pressing me into the table without interrupting. His left hand cupped my breast, and his chest lowered itself onto my back, his fingers squeezing my nipple, crushing it. It was too much to bear. I came with a loud moan, splayed on the cold table, now slick with sweat. As Massimo felt me orgasming, my muscles contracting around his penis, he bit into my shoulder and joined me, flooding me with a great stream of cum. They spelled it correctly this time. They get a point. Oh, and I forgot to mark our soon to burn. I love it, he gasped out as we were both trying to catch our breath, sticking to each other. Again, are you sweating, honey? What is with the stickiness? When he pulled away and rolled me over to my back, he glanced at his cock, still hard, and slipped inside me with a grin. Half conscious after the massive orgasm. You should not be half conscious, girl. I didn't have the strength to resist as he picked up the pace again. Did you want to? You were saying something about not being sated? He lifted my limp legs and propped my feet on the edge of the table. Let's go again. Baby girl. There it is. Now we got 2. His thumb touched my swollen red clit. Okay, it should not be like red. That is a bad sign. You should see somebody about that. For the next 15 minutes, he fucked me like a machine. He would have to be to last that long. I prayed he wasn't planning on round 3. How is it even possible that a guy his age was able to fuck like a teenager? Oh! That was mean. Oh, shots fired. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Oh man, she just called him old. Oh my god. They're both like 30. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so dumb. Oh. Oh, itchy nose. Massimo pulled up his pants and smiled with satisfaction, observing my drained body. He closed the distance between us, took me in his arms, and carried me to the couch, covering me with a blanket. As I was saying, I'll be back around 4. Why would you not put her back in bed? He kissed me on the lips, grabbed his black coat, and left the apartment. You maybe want to wash up first. He fucked me good, I thought as the door closed. Maybe even too good. I got more than I bargained for. I'd think twice next time before provoking him. Okay, how am I not supposed to interpret that as she didn't want a second round and he didn't care? Like, not that he hasn't been more aggressively rapey than that, but her saying, like, she didn't have the strength to resist and now she's thinking twice before provoking him because she got more than she bargained for, like, girl, this is when you say, okay, babe, I'm good at 1. You know, you got to go to a meeting. I want to go back to sleep, so we're done. We're good. She doesn't even try. Not that he would listen. I'm not saying he would listen. I'm saying you say it. But we get to play with fire twice. This makes me happy. So, for the first of probably many times tonight, snatch. Probably one of my least favorite words in the English language. Yeah, not on the nice shirt. Also, this is nylon, it will burn. Okay, so I burned a page we haven't read a little bit. Oh, we almost got a 2 for 1. Half of Baby Girl's already gone. Damn, I should have let it burn a little more. We would have had a 2 for 1. That would have been cool. All right, we can finish the job though. It won't take much. There we go. Now it's gone. And the world is a safer place. I didn't get up for another 30 minutes, watching the snow behind the window. Finally, I went to the shower. I did my hair and applied some makeup. A bit more and a bit more carefully than normally. My perfect Italian tan had disappeared. In what, like a day and a half? That's not how tans work. But though paler, I still looked great, said the world's most vain and vapid person. I was searching for something to wear in the dressing room when I heard a commotion. I'm hungry. Let's grab something to eat, Olga shouted from outside. I peeked into the living room, but she wasn't there, so I walked to the kitchen. There she was, ass sticking out as she rummaged through my fridge. Candy, booze-free wine, juice. She listed the things she found, still dragging through the contents of the refrigerator. I'd love some pasta now. Or a steak. She took a step back. Yes, that's it. A steak. A bunch of potatoes, a salad, and a beer. Move your ass or I'll starve to death. Okay, are we implying that she's pregnant also and it's like super hungry? I stayed in place, leaning against the wall, studying the darkness in her eyes. Have you eaten yet? There are more important things than eating, for fuck's sake. Let's go. Dominic went to take care of something with the guys. We don't have much time. The door swung open and the young Italian barged in. Aren't they still grounded, though? She doesn't have car keys. I stared at him, perplexed. What's going on? Why aren't you ready yet? He asked. I shook my head, leaving the two alone, and went to dress myself. I had everything prepared, all the things I was going to wear to look pretty for my husband. Black suede Cassadini? Cassadai boots? I don't know. It's a designer I've never heard of. A short gray Victoria Beckham dress. Does she actually have a fashion line? And a short black Chanel coat. Nice to name drop all of the designers. I grabbed my bag and went back to the kitchen where Dominic and Olga were occupying themselves with licking Nutella off each other's skin. Ew! Extreme ew! You two are disgusting. I agree, they are. All three of us took the elevator to the garage and got into a black SUV. Dominic sat with the security guard, and Olga and I took seats in the back. Everything done? I asked conspiratorially, forgetting that no one but us knew Polish. Hi, Sarah Bellum. I'm so glad you're here. Hi, Izzy and Ozzy and Persephone. She's had a fashion line for a long time. This doesn't surprise me because that was her thing. That's why she's Posh Spice. Is she was all about the fashion and the clothes, and so yeah, it doesn't surprise me that she has her own fashion line. You've been here, but you're busy. That's okay. It seems to be slow tonight. I'm hoping more people will trickle in. Also, Mark said he'd try to stop by, and I want him to see all the new ducks. He hasn't been here in forever. I mean, I know he's studying to become a lawyer and he's in his last like few months of school, so I'm sure he's absolutely drowning, but stop by and see the ducks. Uh, Ow. I did fuck all, she sighed. Before I met with Adam, Dominic arrived, and that was that. Who's Adam? Has there been an Adam? I feel like I don't know this name. I frowned and shrugged. But I bet he figured out what I wanted to tell him anyway, she added. Oh, that might be the boyfriend she was breaking up with, because she has multiple guys. The car stopped by a popular restaurant run by a well-known Polish chef. I was surprised that the Italians knew such places here in Warsaw. Well, you're in Poland. I would think there would be a high number of Polish restaurants. We entered the building. All tables were taken. That was to be expected. It was the middle of the day. Dominic approached the manager and whispered something into his ear, pushing a little package into his hand. That would be called bribery. The man quickly led us to a small room separate from the main restaurant. We sat at a round table and leafed through the menu before ordering. The waiter brought us a plate of Polish delicacies as we waited for the main course. We sated our hunger on bread, butter, and salty pickles. Olga leaned over to me. I need to go to the bathroom, she said. We both excused ourselves and left for the main hall. The restaurant had a minimalist decor, tasteful with wooden accents and black and white portraits on the walls. In other words, it's horribly dated. There were white calla lilies and tall vases along the walls. The speakers hummed with the subtle music, and the mouth-watering smells of food filled the entire place. I got hungry all over again. Suddenly, Olga halted, staring at the man sitting at one of the tables. Holy motherfucking shitballs, she swore, her grip on my hand tightening. I followed her eyes. The cause of her sudden immobility was evident. A handsome blond man was rising from his chair. Wide torso, perfectly fitting expensive jacket, luscious lips. It had to be said that Adam was one hell of a stud. He was rich, attractive, and intelligent. He caught Olga's eyes, pushed himself to his feet, and started heading our way. Oh, great! So now the friend has a stalker, another stalker. That makes two. And what is it with these books and the exes not being able to let it go? What is that? Like, because Lara's got one. Well, I don't know if we'll ever see Martin again, but he wasn't taking no for an answer for a while. Seems like he has now because we haven't heard of him in quite a while. Was Adam the guy they stayed with? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember the names of the two guys they stayed with. And then she also had the ex in Poland to break up with. So she's got both those guys were stalkers. And then the son was the guy they stayed with, pretended to be gay and then tried to rape Laura. And it's like, I don't know. It might be. It might be the guy they stayed with because God knows I don't remember what the fuck his name was. And Olga said he had a serious thing for her, didn't want her to let her go, so it would make sense if he followed her, but also don't. For any guys who ever watch this, don't. When a girl says they don't want to see you anymore, guess what they mean? They don't want to see you anymore. And no, stalking is not sexy, and no, showing her that you really mean it and you're not going away is not a way to win a girl back. It's a way to make her run away from you and file a restraining order. His confident gait led him straight to us. He stopped too close, kissed Olga on the cheek, and then gave me a terse nod. I missed you, he murmured, his tongue flicking across his lips as he kept his eyes fixed on my friend. His hands slid into his pockets and his entire body relaxed into a nonchalant posture as he spread his legs and lifted his chin. All rich men have that in common, a certain casualness, an aura of authority, and unshakable confidence. Oh, if I ever write this bad, hit me with a stick. Those very characteristics were what we were both looking for in potential partners, and Adam had all three in abundance. Okay, you do you. Points for knowing what you like, I guess. Hi, Adam, Olga stammered, shooting nervous glances behind him. Yeah, because he might get shot. I wanted to talk to you, but this isn't the time or place for that. I was desperately trying to extricate myself from this uncomfortable spot, but Olga's fingers clamped around my wrist, begging me to stay. You never cared about either the time or the place. He lifted his brows in a suggestive expression and flashed Olga a charming smile. Okay, did she or did she not break up with this guy already? Like, there's gonna be a fight. I'll call you later, okay? Olga proposed, taking a step back and pulling me with her. Losing her angelic sponsor wasn't going to be that easy. Adam shot out with both arms and pulled Olga into an embrace. This is where you go, security, help. So yeah, this is her sugar daddy that she's been stringing along for God knows how long. It's unclear whether she broke up with him or not. She said she did, but what is that? Pulled Olga into an embrace, brutally pushing his tongue into her mouth. I paused at the wrong spot. Okay, so he's a rapist too. That's great. What every guy in this is awful. Dominic is like the best of the men and he's got a few question marks. But we can say he's not a rapist. I can give him that. Olga's hand released my wrist as she pushed her horny sugar daddy away. Without thinking twice, she took a swing at him and slapped him in the face with such force the sound drowned out the music. The eyes of every guest fixed on the confrontation. I drew back a couple of steps, noticing Dominic striding our way with murder in his eyes. Yeah, somebody about to get shot. Dominic, I stuttered before the Italian's bald fist reached Adam's face. The blond man toppled to the floor, but the Sicilian didn't stop there, instead pummeling him until a pair of security guards restrained him. Okay, I'm sorry, your security sucks. If only after, like, two people have hit one person and now there's a brawl happening on the floor, you didn't notice the guy aggressively grabbing the lady and her slapping him? Like, either of those was your moment to step in and stop this before it got this far. The manager shouted shrilly, guests shot up from their chairs, and Dominic strained against the two bouncers, red with fury. The Italian's own security guards tried to intervene, but more restaurant doorkeepers crowded into the room. Doorkeepers? Are you looking for the word bouncer? And how much security does a restaurant usually have? Not that much. This is a place known to mobsters, so they may have a little more. Suddenly, the doors swung open and a group of police officers barged in, promptly handcuffing Dominic. Wow, police exist in this universe! That's a first! Meanwhile, Adam pushed himself up from the floor, growling threats and cussing like a sailor, and Olga wailed, tears streaking freely down her cheeks. Will my life ever stop being a damn soap opera? Okay, girl, he should not have grabbed her and kissed her. He's wrong for that, and he should be arrested for that. But you totally did this to yourself. Like, you are the drama in the situation here. I thought. A moment later, both men left, and we stood there in the middle of the restaurant, right in the spotlight of the other guests' gazes. There you go. Olga bowed sarcastically and stormed off, heading to our table. We hadn't even reached it when my phone vibrated in my handbag. We all know who this is. Are you all right? It was Massimo, of course. Right. The police took Dominic. I don't think he's concerned. I know. Are you all right? He repeated. Yeah. Go home and wait for me there, he said, hanging up. Good talk, I muttered, grabbing my coat and motioning for Olga to follow me to the exit. Yeah, you haven't learned yet that he doesn't talk to you? He just barks orders and pulls your hair? We got into the SUV. By that time, Olga's crying had transformed into raging fury. How could he humiliate me like that? The fucking idiot. She yelled, pummeling the back of the driver's seat with her hands. Calm down, I said, buttoning up my coat. They both got what was coming to them. The blondie won't kiss random women anymore, and Dominic will finally learn that he's not God everywhere. Neither of them is taking that lesson, and you're not a random woman. You were his sugar babe, and either you didn't break it off or he's not taking no for an answer, because I'm unclear on which. But it ain't random, girl. Like, I am all for Dominic and more so Massimo learning they're not God everywhere. The problem is they ain't never going to hear that because they think they are. There was a long pause and I'm still fucking hungry. Olga burst out finally. I chuckled and directed the driver to take us to my favorite Chinese takeout. Yeah, drive through. Good idea. I sat down on the carpet, laying out boxes with food on the floor. I grabbed a bottle of wine from the fridge and offered my friend a glass. She downed it and nodded, signaling that she was up for a refill. 3 glasses later, she tumbled onto her back and hid her face in her hands. What if something happens to him? She asked, close to tears again. I think he might have broken Adam's nose. I don't fucking care about his goddamn nose. I'm worried about Dominic. Okay, you could have been clearer. Maybe now you don't care, but I remember the times when you cared a lot more about Adam's nose, I said after a while, slurping a forkful of noodles. Ugh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Olga peeked at me from between her fingers, sending me a disapproving look. I thought I noticed a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. You're a despicable person. This is true of both of them. I'm going to highlight that because that'll be fun to take out of context later. And you were supposed to be hungry. Eat up. Olga downed the bottle of wine and grabbed another. I didn't want her to keep drinking alone, so I fetched my own beverage. I switched the fireplace on and settled down on the couch next to my friend. Covered with blankets, we watched TV in perfect silence. This is the greatest benefit of having a true friend. Feeling comfortable with someone without having to talk. It was past 12 and Massimo still hadn't called. I shot a glance at Olga. She had blacked out, falling asleep with her makeup smeared over her face and her clothes still on. Uh, sus? I decided to undress her, but as soon as I touched her, she growled and wrapped herself tighter in the blankets. Why would you do that? Is there some requirement for sleeping naked that I'm unaware of? I guess that means no, I muttered, planting a kiss on her forehead and going to the bathroom. I took a shower and returned to the living room. She wouldn't want to be alone when she woke up. I apathetically channel surfed, staring at the screen without thinking about anything in particular. Maybe I should have called Massimo. Checked on him. No, if he wanted to talk, he would have called me himself. I finally dozed off around 2 in the morning. Half conscious, I felt someone's strong hands carrying me to the bedroom. My eyes flickered open and I saw my husband's face. He looked exhausted. Are they just going to bang and then he's going to disappear again? That's like 50-50. What time is it? I asked as he laid me down in bed. 5. Go back to sleep, honey. Oh, that's on the list. That is on the list. What about Dominic? I shook my head, clearing it, hell bent on learning the truth here and now. Oh, good luck with that. The man in black plopped down on the edge of the mattress, pulled off his jacket, and started unbuttoning his shirt. He's been arrested, and it looks like he'll have to spend some time in detention. He dropped his head and sighed deeply. I told him this isn't Sicily and that it wouldn't be a problem if he hit any other guy, but he just had to target your young Polish potentate? A damn national treasure? What, is the guy connected or something? What the fuck? He lifted his eyes, shook his head, and glared at the wall. Carol tells me he might not get out for a while. What do you mean? I asked. 3 months behind bars so he doesn't obstruct the case or run abroad. We would have dealt with this if not for the fact that the guy he threw a punch at is one of the richest men in town. Besides, he broke the guy's nose, and that means a health impairment requiring more than 7 days to heal. That's an indictable offense here. He doesn't even have to sue. The prosecution does that ex officio. I Granted, I am not up on Polish law or European law in general, but that's butchered a kind of made up. And we know Dominic is not spending 3 months in jail. He's going to get out. And what? They don't have bail? I mean, granted, he doesn't live there. And if they know who he is, they know he's an Italian mobster. So, yeah, flight risk. And, has the potential to just have the guy threatened into not cooperating, though that would not necessarily drop the charges. I stared at Massimo, wide-eyed, fully awake now. Massimo, I whimpered, cuddling to his back. What's going to happen now? He's an idiot. Let it be, I ain't feeling for Dominic here. I don't care. I am not sorry. I mean, I know he's gonna get out, on the next page or something, but kind of getting what he deserves. He sat perfectly still, but I could feel his heart racing. Nothing. I'm meeting our lawyers tomorrow. We'll have to see that asshole in person. Maybe I shoot him and bury him in the forest. Who knows? See, that is more what I was worried about than somebody getting punched. I moved around him and sat in his lap, taking his face in my hands. This isn't funny, I said seriously. We're flying to Dansk tomorrow. I'm not needed here. We'll go see the fight. We'll go see the fight night? I also have some meetings to attend, then we'll go back home. He sighed and touched his forehead to mine. Carol will take care of everything. Don't worry, baby girl. Oh, it's right at the top of the page, so I gotta read the whole page, but we do have honey burn because, yeah. That makes 3. We're up to 3 already. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it smells so good. Oh. He smooched me on the nose. This isn't Dominic's first rodeo. With his character, you didn't think it was his first stay in jail, did you? No. He smiled and laid me in bed, snuggling down beside me. His tone surprised me. It was full of worry, soft and gentle. Don't believe it. My little brother is a hot-blooded man, but you know that already. He's also very impressionable. He doesn't look like it. There was this one time he fell in love with the manager of our club in Milan. To his misfortune, she had a husband, a gorilla of a man. Dominic wasn't too discreet, and the husband learned of the affair. Massimo laughed and kissed me on the neck. I could have reacted, told him to stop, but I didn't. He knew what he was getting into. When the inevitable confrontation finally came, Dominic had to give his all to survive. He fought for 15 minutes, but he finally managed to shoot the guy in the knee. Excuse me? I stammered in shock. Massimo grinned. I was dumbstruck. Yeah, they're 2 idiots. He shot him. He knew he wouldn't win in a fist fight. The problem was the man turned out to be the son of a police officer, so Dominic went to jail for a while, and I paid off the local authorities. He shrugged. So you see, there's nothing to worry about, really. Dominic doesn't learn from his mistakes. That's something to worry about. Uh, the real problem now is that he attacks someone really wealthy and really proud, just like himself. So money won't buy anyone off this time. Adam won't change his version. I heard a clamor from the living room when we both pushed up with our elbows. Olga was standing in the doorway looking terrified. Her eyes were wet with tears. Like, I'm sorry, she's known Dominic collectively for about 2 months, and she's been away most of that time. Like, she's not pining over him because he's stupid and he's gonna have to spend a couple weeks in jail. Like, seriously. I cannot take any of this seriously at all. How long were you listening? I asked, getting up. If you're asking if I heard everything, yeah, I did. God damn it. She leaned back, touching her back to the wall, and slid down to the floor, hiding her face in her hands. This is all my fault. How could I be so stupid? Yeah, it kinda is all your fault. She sobbed, racked with shivers. I leaned over her and took her in my arms. Oh, honey, it's not your fault. You did nothing wrong. This is not true. I'm not counting the honey because it has to be Massimo saying it. But you did do something wrong. You've been with Dominic for months. You knew you wanted to be with him, and you didn't break up with other guy because you didn't, and he paid your bills while you were gone. Hi, persnickety! I'm so glad to see you. So glad you got home okay. Yes, make way. Queen Sasha has returned. All hail Queen Sasha, yes. I hope her tail is wagging. I'm sure she's still glued to your lap and is never, ever letting you leave ever again. Especially because, she was alone in her kennel for a longer time than she intended to be. Stupid airline delaying your flight like 5 times. How could they do that to a puppy girl who is waiting on you? This is why TSA should just hire more dogs. Though apparently Monday is going to be fireworks in Congress because I think it was Chuck Schumer posted on Twitter like an hour ago saying he's putting forward a bill that just funds TSA, nothing else attached to it, nothing to do with the Epstein files, not pushing for anything else, nothing to do with ICE. Just this is a bill to fund TSA, straight up or down vote. So we'll see. She's mad because I won't give up my spot on the couch. We have a disagreement on whose spot it is. 5 times, try 11. Oh my god. Okay, I thought I was maybe over exaggerating at 5, but Jesus. I couldn't have handled it. I would have gotten arrested. I would have lost my shit and gotten arrested because I can't handle being jerked around that much. But I also wouldn't have flown right now. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. This is why I'm glad I don't do jobs that involve traveling. But yeah, I don't know how you kept your composure. You are a more sane and stable person than I, by far. So, in case you missed it, Olga's new beau, Dominic, is in jail because her sugar daddy showed up at a restaurant they were in and the two idiots got in a fistfight. So now Olga's all heartbroken and crying and so very sad because Dominic, she's being told, may have to spend a couple months in jail until the trial because, again, idiot. Olga started crying for real now. She sobbed loudly. It was breaking my heart. If anyone's at fault, it's my brother, Massimo said, taking a step closer. This is true. He is responsible for his own actions. Now, granted, the other guy did essay Olga, but she doesn't seem inclined to say so, which would be like, I guess, considered mitigating circumstances and might get Dominic bail. So she's actually doing him a disservice by not speaking up, but Book doesn't think that essay is a thing at all. And since you heard our conversation, you know it wasn't his first time. He grabbed Olga's shoulders and lifted her up. Okay, would you be okay if you were upset and crumpled on the floor and husband of your friend picked you up like that? Would you be okay with that? Because I don't think I'd be okay with that. If you want to see him tomorrow, come with me, but getting hysterical won't help, especially at this time of night. I haven't slept for a long while. Go to sleep, you two. We'll talk more in the morning. He turned Olga around and pushed her out of the room. Good night. What a fucking ass. I'd be kicking him out too. I'd be pulling her back in and saying, she's spending the night in bed with me. You can go sleep on the couch. You fucking asshole. She's hysterical and distraught over her lover being in jail, and this is how you're acting? He'd be on the couch, like, for so long. I shot him an angry glance and followed my friend, leading her to the guest room and giving her a sleeping pill. Drugs are the answer to everything here. She dozed off almost immediately. Well, yeah, you just gave her a sleeping pill on top of like a bottle and a half of wine. When I went back to bed, the man in black was already asleep. I don't know why that surprised me. After all, he had said he was exhausted. Yeah, being an asshole will do that. But I rarely had the opportunity to watch him sleep. He was naked, laying in the white linens. His face was beautiful and serene, his mouth slightly agape. He was breathing calmly, one of his arms bent and tucked under his head, and the other outstretched across the bed as though waiting for me to cuddle up to him. My eyes trailed down his muscular torso and abdomen to finally stop at the spot below. Yeah, we know what she's looking at. But before we turn the page, we get to burn Baby Girl Burn for the second time tonight, and making 4 burnings so far this evening. I counted. I have 11 texts with delayed departure times. Delays weren't TSA related. Airports in Mary were closed for at least a day, so it's weather and crew scheduling limits. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, we get hit with that here, because it's weird, but in the early spring, so probably starting next week and for a couple weeks, part of the Toronto airport, because it's in a valley, can get fog early in the morning. Like, can't see your hand in front of your face level fog, and it comes in very quickly and will usually last a couple hours till the sun's good up. But yeah, it grounds half the airport when it happens because you can't see shit. But 3, 2, 1, fire! Oh, come on. I refilled the lighter, I swear I did. I did it good. Okay, go out already. And here you are, I breathed, licking my lips. Oh, God, girl, why is she. Ugh. His gorgeous cock rested on his right thigh, stirring me to action. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? She's gonna start blowing him in his sleep. Don't even think about it, he said without opening his eyes. Go to sleep. I groaned, sighed, huffed and puffed a bit, and then did as I was told, like a good girl. Do we have good girl on the list? We do! We do! We do! We do! Yay! Because I wanted to burn that so bad, and it's actually on the list. And since I already read the other side of the page, here we go. Because that has to die immediately and with prejudice and in perpetuity and go to hell. Okay, no! No, no, no. Stop. I didn't say set the whole book on fire. Okay, so that burned a little more than I wanted it to. Alright, we're at the 1 hour mark. I'm going to take a minute to stretch and brush the ashes off my desk. One thing I gotta get for next month is some chips. We gotta get some snacks going on. Okay. Okay. Just a little bit of soot. I woke up around noon to discover that Massimo was already gone. Not surprising in the least. I went to the kitchen and prepared myself a cup of tea with milk and switched on the TV in the living room. After 1 o'clock, worried by how long Olga was sleeping, you might want to make sure she's still breathing. I went to take a peek through through the door to her bedroom. I opened the door as quietly as I was able and froze. Her bed was empty. The fuck? I muttered to myself, running downstairs and grabbing my phone. Well, she said she was going to go with Massimo to visit Dominic. I'd assume that's where they are. I dialed her number and waited, but she wasn't answering because she's in a jail and her phone is off. I tried again, then 2 more times before I changed my approach. I called Massimo. He didn't tell me much. He couldn't talk and didn't have Olga around. Disoriented, I sat on the couch, rubbing at my temples. Where the hell had she gone? Why wasn't she picking up the phone? My stomach grumbled, breaking my reverie. I glanced down at it, remembering that I was still, in fact, pregnant. Since my bouts of morning sickness had disappeared, I was prone to forgetting that. Why do I think that's not something you forget? Like ever? Again, I can't say I know from experience, but I've always gotten the very strong impression that when you are pregnant, that is your first and foremost thought 100% of the time, no matter what you're doing. I turned up the TV, switching the channel to one with music, and went to the fridge to help myself to some breakfast. I opened the fridge and glanced at my watch. It was nearly 2 p.m. Great time for the first meal of the day, I thought. Rihanna and her Don't Stop the Music. Oh, no, 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 no. You don't get to mention a song I actually like. I like that song. It's a good song, and it's Please Don't Stop the Music. Rocked me as I fried eggs. Dancing around the kitchen, I prepared a meal for about 5 people and took it with me to the dining room. As I passed the door entering the large room, my heart skipped a beat. There was a person sitting on the couch. Olga was staring at me with unseen eyes, keeping deathly quiet. Oh, is she having a meltdown now? Are we gonna have to go through this? Uh, one glance at her was enough. I turned down the TV volume and put my plate on the table. Why are you dressed like that? I asked, eyeing her up and down. Dressed like what? Yes, it's hard to forget, especially towards the end when the baby moves and you can see the shape of a hand or foot. Yeah, I've seen that with friends of mine that were pregnant. Yeah, yep, where you can see the little hand or foot stretching and kicking around and going like, it's getting too crowded in here. I better come out soon. Uh, of course, my one friend's kid that would just not turn around and get into the coming out position. So they had to turn him, to which he objected. And he kept punching the person's hands that were turning him inside the belly. He kept like hitting, like, leave me alone. But then once he got in the right position, she felt him wiggle and kind of snuggle and be like, okay, I'm good now. Where was I? The dress she was wearing would be fit for a Saturday night out rather than the middle of the day, and the sky high heels she had on would look good in a porno. Okay, granted, that's weird. The black material of her attire emphasized the roundness of her breasts, and the dress was so short, it practically didn't cover her ass. Let me guess. She went to go see Adam and beg him to drop the charges. Olga shrugged off her gray fur jacket and tossed it on the floor. She kicked off her high heels, pulled off her ripped pantyhose, and burst into tears. And let me guess, he got violent. I had to, she stammered between sobs. Everybody is stammering in this chapter. I had to. My heart stopped as I watched her break down. I took a seat at her feet, on the rug, and wrapped my arms around Olga's knees. What did you do? Tears trickled down her fake eyelashes, smearing her dark makeup. She looked wretched. Do we have booze? Are you serious? I asked with a frown. She nodded. I think we have a bottle of vodka in the freezer. I'll go take a look. I went back to the kitchen and returned a moment later with a shot glass, a can of Diet Coke, and a bottle of Belvedere. I'm assuming this is a brand of vodka. I poured her a shot, which she downed in one gulp, not even thinking to chase it with the Diet Coke. Crap. It was my only comment. I poured her another shot. Okay, has she even recovered from the bottle of wine and the sleeping pill? Like, It was like 2 a.m. and now it's 12 hours later, and she's apparently been up and gone out somewhere. Like, she drank 3 in total, wiped the tears and snot away, and began telling me what had happened. I thought about this for a long while. I know Adam, and I'm sure he won't back down. Olga took a sip from the can. It's not about love. He doesn't love me. It's about his pride. His goddamn pride. Dominic hurt his pride. You know who he was sitting. You know who he was. Ugh. You know who he was sitting with at the restaurant. Oh, here we go. I shook my head. His friends, those rich assholes, are all club owners. Fucking wannabe gangsters. So you can imagine how much of a humiliation it was for him to get beaten up like that in front of all his buddies. Are all these guys 15? Because they're all acting like they're goddamn 15 years old. I mean, I know boys never grow up, but Dominic broke his nose and jaw. Okay, that's a little more serious. The motherfucker can barely see now. She nodded at me to pour her another shot. Anyway, I went to his place to talk. There we go. Yep, yep, yep. Right out of the bad idea playbook. You did what? I cried out, spilling the vodka. What was I supposed to do? Wait for the case to blow over? Yes! And since you are the girlfriend of the guy who beat him up, you could be charged for interfering. Not to mention, what do you think was going to happen? Seriously. If it is all about his pride, you coming to him on your knees is not going to do anything. He's going to use you, abuse you, throw you away, and then pretend you were never there. It's not going to change anything. Fucking hell, Laura. Our boys aren't invincible. Not here, anyway. Massimo said it himself, that it would be difficult to deal with this. Okay, all you had to do was wait. He's not facing 10 years in jail. It's like a misdemeanor battery charge. And it's been less than 12 hours. Wait for some strings to get pulled and some bribes to happen. What did you do? I repeated my question, raising my voice. Shut the fuck up and listen. She downed another shot and shuddered. I got up in the morning and waited for Massimo to leave. I went to my place and changed into this. Adam always liked expensive hookers. I drove to his place then, knocked at his door. He wasn't even surprised to see me. He let me in and just went back to his living room. I followed him, sat in a chair, and handed him a piece of paper. I asked him to write that this wasn't an assault, that Dominic was only defending himself. Yeah, how did you think that was going to go? You think he's just going to turn around and go, oh yeah, sure, babe? Like, what? I exclaimed, suddenly fighting not to laugh. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Because that's pretty stupid. That's what he said. I wanted him to write down that he'd make it all go away if I gave him what he wanted. And what would that be? And how are you planning to work that out? What, that you'd stay with him for like another month or whatever? You think Dominic's going to be okay with that? Or do you think when he gets out of jail, he's just going to shoot him? And he called his lawyer and asked around. You know what he should write to have a guy released from jail without any consequences. And he did. He wrote it down and signed it with his own name. Okay, I don't believe this for a second. She pulled out an envelope from her bag and flicked it to the table. He was supposed to repeat it all to the police, and that was that. So he folded the paper, slid it into that envelope, and stuck it in my bag. I darted a glance at the paper, wondering if I really wanted to hear the rest of the story. Olga took a deep breath and looked at me with sad eyes. What happened next? You know, I had a feeling tonight was going to be really bad. I had a feeling and I didn't listen, and my stomach is already clenching because I know exactly where this is going. And I really did have like a brainwave premonition hours ago that there was going to be a rape scene. It was going to be horribly triggering and very bad for me. I, I, you know, when your brain and instinct tells you things and you ignore it, and then it gets proven right, and you're once again going, why didn't I listen? And then remembering that you've said that way too many times. No fair mentioning vodka when I don't have any. He told me to wait and left the room. He was away for a couple of minutes. When he came back, he told me I was to go to the bathroom, that everything was prepared. He gave me 5 minutes. I did what he asked. I kept my bag with me the whole time. There was a leather outfit, high heels, and a whip there. Oh, did he want her to be dominant? Because I'll go for that, but I don't think so. I changed and went back to the living room. What can I say? I allowed him to fuck me like a dirty whore. And not only once. He fucked me for 30 minutes until he grew bored. There's a compliment. Then, when I was leaving, he fucking smiled at me and said that a whore will always be a whore. And what, you took objection to this? You kind of don't have the right. To say her story shocked me would be an understatement. I felt like I was in some kind of thriller movie, only this was happening for real. Are you fucking kidding me? That was the most lame and boring thing that has ever happened in these books. Okay, I'm not saying that Adam isn't a jerk, but I'm saying Olga is a stupid fucking whore. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly what was going to happen. I do not feel sorry for her in the least. She had no reason to do this. It wasn't necessary. Like, I'm supposed to feel bad for her here? I don't. Fuck me, Olga, I whispered, shaking my head. What now? Are they going to let him go? Nobody will believe that this was a stroke of luck. I thought about that. Adam's lawyer will call them and demand money for sweeping this under the rug. Adam will probably want an official apology, and Massimo will terrorize Dominic to give it. It will all be over before we know it, and the best thing is, you know why the police got there so fast? I shook my head. They came to collect a fucking bribe from one of Adam's buddies. Can you believe it? That fuckhead boasted to me about his connections. Really? Really? We can't just say the police were showing up to do their job because there was a fight? No, 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 they have to be on the take. I'm not saying it's not true to life, but Jesus, when you just gotta do all of the things. I hid my face in my hands and exhaled, shooting another look into Olga's clouded eyes. How are you feeling? I've felt better, she replied, shrugging. The worst thing was that before I went into the bathroom, Adam told me he didn't want to fuck a doll. He wanted me to pretend that I liked it. He wanted me to have a real orgasm. Like he could tell. Any guy who says they can tell whether you're faking it or not is a fucking liar. And he told me I was supposed to talk to him in English the whole time since I've been talking in English with Dominic. This guy is not going to go away. My eyes widened, so believe me when I say the easiest thing to fucking orgasm when all you can think about is how to kill the bastard, all the while focusing on speaking to him in a foreign tongue. So I just imagined him to be Dominic, and if not for the fact that I had to suffer through 30 minutes of fucking with that piece of garbage, it would have actually felt good. I would have been fully satisfied. Sated from a good fuck. Sated is the word of this chapter. Why is there... It's like she gets obsessed with a word, it gets used for like 2-3 chapters, and then it never is heard of again. But it was Adam. I came 6 fucking times. You might have a problem. So yeah, I feel like shit. I've cheated on the first man I really love. She shook her head and added, I'm going to take a shower. I still stink of that motherfucker. Okay, so at some point Dominic's going to find out. They're going to have a fight or not. They will resolve it with sex, and we will hear that Adam met with an untimely fate. Hey. I stayed still, mulling over what Olga had said. I didn't know what to think. On the one hand, I admired her for her stubbornness and sacrifice, while on the other hand, I was angry at her for not allowing Massimo to take care of it. Well, he said he couldn't, so I wondered what I would have done in her place, finally concluding that yes, I would probably have done the same thing. That made me forgive her for the rashness of her decision. I glanced at the plate of food I had cobbled up for myself. It was cold. Suddenly I realized I wasn't hungry anymore. I was too restless. At the same time, I knew the baby was innocent in all this, and I really had to eat for its sake. I went to the kitchen, microwaved the leftovers from yesterday, and ate without leaving the counter. When I finished, Olga was sitting on the couch again, wrapped in a bathrobe, staring numbly at the TV. The main door opened, and Massimo walked in, followed by Dominic. Olga immediately burst into tears and ran into his arms, sobbing. There, he said, carrying her across the room. I'm here, it's over. We're the tourist slaves. It's not that easy to get rid of us. He sat on the couch, stroking Olga's hair. Like, this is so overblown and ridiculous over the situation. Like, it was not that big of a deal. I walked over to Massimo, wrapping my arms around his waist. He placed a gentle kiss on my brow and smiled. We're leaving in 2 hours. How's my son feeling? He put his hand on my belly. It's a girl, Olga called out across the room. Massimo kissed my forehead again, took off his coat, and sat at the table, switching on his laptop. I walked over and hugged his back, keeping my eyes on Dominic and Olga. She'd stopped crying and soon started yelling at the poor man, pummeling him with her fists and swearing at him. Yeah, he's got it coming. He's got the you fucking idiot. What were you thinking? You didn't have to do that. Yeah, he's got it coming. He avoided the punches with a grin on his face, finally grabbing her by the arms and toppling her to the floor. They kissed. I averted my eyes, feeling like an intruder. Okay, yeah, don't knock someone to the floor and start doing it with two other people like 10 feet away. Nobody does this. A while later, Massimo said something in Italian to Dominic. The younger man got up, kissed Olga one more time, and they both disappeared upstairs. Yeah, what he said to them was, go to the bedroom, get a room. You cannot do it on the floor in front of me. Like, go away. I went to the dressing room and started packing my things. What if he wants to have sex? Olga asked, appearing in the doorway sitting next to me. You think men can feel those things? Will he notice that you already had sex today? Probably not. I gawked at her, folding a dress. I don't have the slightest idea, but maybe try to think of something. Diarrhea, a headache, period. Oh, in other words, let's make an excuse, just in case. He won't fall for that. Olga furrowed her brows. But some sweet talk and a bit of hugging might do the trick. I pointed a finger at her, signaling understanding. When I still hadn't known how to tell Massimo about the baby, I tried the same thing and it worked. We were ready in an hour. The security guards took our luggage and we went to the airport. I was feeling great and didn't take a pill before boarding the plane. A brief moment in a metal can quickly changed my mind. I reached for my bag, fishing out the drug, but Massimo grabbed my wrist and led me to the sleeping cabin. The flight's only going to last 30 minutes. I'll keep you distracted, he said, pushing me to the mattress and pulling his shirt off. Okay, that would almost be like sweet of him if he wasn't such a creep all the time. End of chapter, by the way. Oh, that calls for a stretch break. Also, my back is hitting me tonight. Really, really hating me. It's always this one spot. Mm. And I don't think is it a 30-minute flight from Poland to Italy? I mean, it might be. I don't know how like close they are geographically. I don't think so though. I think it would be a little more than that. But he didn't say they were going to Italy, so we don't know. Stretching good. I will remind everyone that we have numerous ducks that are still awaiting sponsorship, especially our painted ducks, who are starting to feel very neglected. They have left notes. You know, they all look so very shiny, and they were very good when I was painting them, so they are not feeling the love. Especially my Cleopatra duck, which I thought would be popular because I put a little wig on it and everything and did the eyeliner. Or her duck and duck, we got kind of psychotic about. Kind of psychotic about a lot of things. Still have so many ducks to paint. Still, if you have an idea for a duck, even if you think it's weird or impossible, send it. I will do my best. Even if it's something I don't know, I can look up pictures. We can see what we can make happen. Yeah, so if there's anything that you would like to see the duck version of, just leave it in the chat, leave it in the Discord, just make sure it's somewhere I can see it, and I will do my best to make a duck version of whatever you would like to see. And also, of course, we have handcuffs. Okay, Warsaw to Sicily is 2 hours 45 minutes. Yeah, that sounds right. I thought it was more like that. Yeah, I did not think they're not a half hour close, so they're not going to Italy. They might not even be leaving Poland. Oh no, he said they were going to. Oh, by the way, this is how this is spelled. I'm going to type it in the chat. Okay, that is the place that he said they're going to. I've been pronouncing it Dansk. I'm not sure where it is. I think it's still in Poland, but that's where they're going. So, for $25, we still have our very real police issue handcuffs, which you can put on me and watch me struggle against and enjoy myself. This really is the gift that keeps on giving, and my personal favorites. And they haven't been worn in a while. You know, you got to keep them happy. They get lonely and they get mean when they're not properly used. And of course, for the grand prize of $50, you can make me chug this very, very pink, very, very sour lemonade that I remembered to make, really. And I didn't, I totally forgot to take it out of the freezer and thawed it under some very, very hot water on the tap, which works. And the only reason I remembered that trick is because I remember my grandmother doing it while cursing under her breath because she was defrosting Minute Maid orange juice that she had forgotten to take out. So I remembered that, and she didn't know I was in the room watching and hearing her curse under her breath. Because when you're very tiny, people often literally just look over you because you're short. So for $50, yes, we have very pink, very sour lemonade that I will fill this entire glass with and chug. Oh, making lots and lots of faces. Even that's 50 minutes to an hour? Okay, so either book is wrong. Probably just book is wrong. I can stop there. Book is wrong. But if it says that's where they landed, we'll know book is wrong and doesn't know time. But now we are on chapter 12. Oh, and of course I have an eyelash in my eye right at the wrong moment, because that's how that happens. Hey, why am I getting runny nose right now? Not okay. Hey. The flight was indeed very short, and with Massimo's face between my legs, I didn't even notice the takeoff and landing. We touched down in Dansk, so yes, book is wrong. Takes twice as long to get there. Where the security personnel took our luggage and handed Massimo the keys to his black Ferrari. Can he ever just drive a normal car? Some poor sod had to drive this thing all the way to the north so Prince Charming could show off his toys in Tri-City. I shook my head getting in. One look at the interior told me that it in fact wasn't the same car. Did someone drive this from Warsaw? I asked as the engine roared to life. The man in black laughed and made the supercar take off, leaving everyone behind. This is a whole new car, babe. We have a Ferrari Italia back home, but it's no good in the winter. Rear-wheel drive, you see. This is a Ferrari FF, four-wheel drive. A lot better for snowy conditions. No. I'm sorry. A Ferrari and any like supercar, not a good idea in snowy conditions. Okay, I'm putting my Canadianism on that one. I know what snowy conditions are. You don't drive fucking flashy cars like that in them. You don't drive zero clearance cars, and you don't drive souped up sports cars or Ferraris or stupid shit like that in snowy conditions unless you want to find yourself wrapped around a pole in a very, very expensive piece of scrap metal. I felt stupid. How can I not tell the two different cars apart? Because they're. Have you ever seen car models that came out like consecutively next to each other? There's no fucking difference. In the dark, both of them look similar, but still. No, they look identical, I'm sure. I mean, I've never even heard of a Ferrari FF. I don't even want to know what the FF stands for. But I'm sure it's another ugly sports car. I stared outside the window, scolding myself. Why? Who cares if you can tell the cars apart? Who fucking cares? Needing to leave Warsaw so quickly had left me no time to wonder about Dominic's instant release. I turned to my husband, placing a hand on his knee. How did you manage to get Dominic out so fast? It wasn't me. That asshole got greedy. His lawyer called us. We settled on an amount and the whole case went away. Right. So it was already done. So what Olga did probably had nothing to do with anything. Oh, I said curtly, unwilling to dig deeper. But it's a bit strange, Massimo added, glancing at me. The guy's so rich, I thought we wouldn't be able to settle. I even dug deeper into his business, but I didn't need to use what I found out. Well, the guy has police on the take, so yeah, he's corrupt. What do you mean? The man in black chuckled, taking a turn from the ring road. There isn't a single rich man on earth who hasn't come into his wealth doing strictly legal business. Adam's no exception. He has a lot more in common with me than you'd think. Duh. So Dominic would have gotten out anyway, I asked, confused and anxious. Had Olga's sacrifice been for nothing? Yes! Yes, of course it was for nothing. There are two things I really know my way around. Baby girl! There we go. Making money and blackmailing people. That's probably accurate. The thought of what Olga had had to go through suddenly made me want to throw up. She'd thought there was no other way, though, so she'd done what she had strictly out of altruistic motives. Okay, book doesn't get to use those words. We're here, Massimo said, stopping by the Sheraton in Sopat. Buckling under the burden of my newly acquired knowledge, I followed him across the main hall and into the elevator. Our apartment was spacious. It took up the top floor and had a sea view. It wasn't anything spectacular at this time of night, and it was snowing. I sat in the armchair on the snow-glazed veranda, staring outside, numb. Should I worry or ignore the whole situation? It was in the past now, fortunately. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Like, I wouldn't tell Olga any of this, because she doesn't need to know, and it's just going to make it worse, but I guess when you consider up and landing seatbelt time, maybe that's about 30 minutes. Yeah, maybe. Ugh. Ugh, sniffy. What are you thinking? Massimo asked, standing behind me and massaging my back. Something's on your mind, I can tell. It has to be important. You've been thinking about it for hours. I shuffled my deck of lies but came up with nothing. I'm thinking about Mom, I said finally, scowling at the thought of what had happened back at my parents' house. Oh yeah, the fight we still don't understand because it makes no sense. The man in black went around the armchair and knelt facing me, spreading my legs slightly. He leaned closer, his lips hovering just a few inches from mine. His thumb stroked my chin as he watched me with half-closed eyes. Why is his wife lying to me? His eyes darkened and he knitted his brows. I sighed, capitulating. There are things I cannot and will not talk about with you. Yeah, that's not going to last. I held his face in my hands and planted a kiss on his lips. Your daughter is hungry, I added, pulling away and hoping that would change of subject would distract him. I already ordered dinner. We'll eat here, he replied, putting his hands over my hips and gently pulling me towards him. Now tell me what's going on. Yeah, duh. He's not going to let her keep secrets. Only he's allowed to do that. Remember? Ooh, thank you for the picture of the car, Cerebellum. Okay, this is not actually a completely unfortunate looking car. It's actually pretty normal looking. I kind of like it. You still should never ever drive this thing in winter conditions. But it's not bad looking. It's actually not bad. I wouldn't want one, but it's not ugly. I'll give it that. Yeah, it's definitely more of like a normal looking car. But we get to play with the fire extended because the word baby girl is split in two. It's too stretched out, not my style. It is ugly. Yeah, no, it's a little flat. It's a little squished looking, and I'm not crazy about the headlights. Yeah. No. I wouldn't want one, but yeah. Not the worst that I've seen. We've seen uglier. All right, let's see if I can do this without setting the whole book on fire this time. Okay, I think we got it. I'm gonna have to remember that that's one, not two. What is that? 6 we're up to? I think we're at 6. uh, oh, I'm getting seriously hungry. Again, all I want is rotisserie chicken. Just the chicken, nothing else. Just the chicken. It'll be so good right now. Fuck! I swore in my mind, frustrated he wouldn't just back off. Did you expect him to? Because I certainly didn't. Damn his unending curiosity. It is not curiosity. It is control. It's a you don't get to keep secrets, only I do. That's what it is. I decided to stay quiet. It wouldn't do me any good, but he wasn't going to force me to say anything. Was he? Yes. He kind of does that for a living. But she doesn't know about the torture dungeon. She hasn't seen that yet. Massimo didn't move, keeping his eyes fixed on me. I could see the anger rising in them. If you won't talk, I'll guess, he hissed, jumping to his feet and turning to the window. Is it about Olga? Saying that, he spun back to me, his furious glare burned holes into my eyes. I'll take that as a yes, he said, crossing his arms. Would it make you feel better if I told you I already knew? Is he lying? I'm betting he's lying. I prayed that he wasn't bluffing, but since he already knew, what difference did it make? I would call him out. I'd be like, "What do you know? If you already know, then tell me what I'm keeping from you." Hmm? What do you want me to say? I asked, feigning indifference. What did she do to you this time? Another lie wouldn't hurt, I decided. I could always pretend to know nothing, even if he saw through my deception. Massimo chuckled, slid his hands into his pockets, and leaned against the window. To me, nothing. But the sacrifice she made for my brother? That's a different story. A pity it was entirely uncalled for, he replied, unable to keep the irony out of his voice. My eyes widened to the size of saucers. Oh, yes, love. I know what she did to make that piece of shit withdraw his charges. At first, I was angry at her. I told her I'd deal with this. But then I realized how far is able to go for Dominic, and guess what? Of course. Now he's gonna give his blessing because, yeah, this is so fucked up. And I write some fucked up shit. I never have denied that. This is fucked up in a bad way. He took a step closer and leaned above me, putting his hands on the armrests of my chair. It's what I always look for in women, especially those who are joined to the family. It was impressive. Really. I'd scream, but I'm tired. He kissed me on the forehead and went to the door, hearing a knock. I sat immobile, confused, pushing myself deeper into my seat, wondering if there would come a day, a single damn day, without these kind of revelations. Probably not. The waiter rolled the cart into the room, served our food, and placed a wine cooler on the table. It only took him a minute to get everything ready. I got up and sat by the table, putting a linen napkin on my knees. Meanwhile, Massimo took off his jacket and unbuttoned the collar of his shirt. He kicked off his shoes and joined me for dinner. I wanted to say something, anything, but my mind was blank. I ordered goose. That's what I'd have done. I cut in. Massimo's fork clattered on his plate. If you love someone, you make sacrifices. Okay, I hate the way that this is being rewritten. I hate the way that this is being viewed. Because this is not. No. No, no, no. Just all of the no. Enough, I barked, shooting up. Don't even say that. Don't even. Enough, he barked, shooting up. Don't even say that, Laura. Because what? He's afraid you would do the same to get him out of jail? Probably. Well, it did impress you, didn't it? I asked. His eyes were fixed on me, and his face was a mask of disbelief. Yes, in Olga's case. She's normally a capricious loudmouth. I doubted her love for my brother. Now I don't. Um, okay, no. Just all of the no. Oh, so if she screws around to save her man, that's good, but if I do it, that's bad. Yes! He stormed around the table and grabbed me by the shoulders, lifting me to my feet. There we go. You're my wife. You're going to have my baby. I would kill the man and then myself if he made such a sacrifice. This is healthy. His hands held me in a vice-like grip. My feet dangled in the air. He's lifting her off the ground. Okay, I know they harp that he's strong and he's built and he lifts, but seriously, by her shoulders, he's lifting her off the ground. That's not normal strong. That's bitten by a radioactive spider strong. I couldn't breathe. Never even think about doing that. Fuck, he cried out, letting me go and murmuring things in Italian, pacing the room. Yeah, yeah, you married this. You married this. All of this. You knew exactly what he was, and you married this. And he is never, ever, 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 ever going to change. Ow. Judging by his reaction, I probably shouldn't have said what I said. It changed nothing. If it was necessary, I would have done what Olga had done. How did you know? I asked, taking my seat at the table and impaling a piece of delightfully soft meat with my fork. Also, the fact that after he does that, she can just go back to having dinner. That just tells you she's so used to his bullshit and his abuse. Massimo halted and shot me a glance, surprised at my unexpected calmness. The recording. It was my turn to drop the fork. Oh, God, somebody. Oh, asshole boyfriend set up hidden cam. You know that's going to find its way on the internet. The what? I turned to face my husband, who at this point was making his way to his chair. Eat your dinner. I'll explain everything later. Oh, no! No, no, no! You don't get to drop that and then say you're not going to tell me. No, no, no. No, no, no. I will stab you with this fork, but you will tell me. It didn't make sense to protest and sulk. Actually, it really would. I started to eat. I stuffed myself with goose potatoes, salad, beet puree. That sounds disgusting. It didn't taste or look like beet puree. Dessert and then some more dessert. I topped it off with a cup of tea. Pretty sure beets are on the list of things I'm not supposed to eat. I think. I don't know. I gotta print the list of latex foods out because it's changed a lot since I first became aware of it, and it's a lot longer. The weird thing is there are things on that list that I do eat regularly and don't react to. So it's very subjective. Like bananas are apparently high risk latex reaction food. I eat bananas all the time. I never react to them. That things that are considered like lower risk, I super react to, like kiwi. One and only time that both my aunt and my mom were okay with me like shunning a food because they kind of had the rule. My mom had the rule you couldn't say you hated something until you tried it, which is a fair rule to be fair. Because when you're a kid and you don't want to eat something, you'll be like, "No, I hate that. It's icky," and it's something you've never had before, so they make you try it, which is fine. I'm fully that's a good mom thing. But I was at my aunt's and it was kiwi. She bought kiwi, and me and my little cousin had never had it before, either of us. And so she was cutting slices and gave it to us. And I remember saying to her that I made a face. My cousin loved it, still always did. Kiwi became like one of her favorite foods. I remember saying to my aunt, "Hi, Deacon." I remember I made a face, and she like laughed at something, and I said I didn't like it because it made my lips and my tongue go numb and buzzy, which is I was like 4, maybe 5 when I said this. So I had no idea what that meant. But she did because this is the only time she ever did this. She actually took the piece of kiwi away from me. She took it out of my hand and didn't make me eat any more of it. She was okay with my like barely taking a little bit of a bite and was just like, no. And I remembered her telling my mom on the phone that I said that later. And nobody ever made me eat kiwi or even brought it around me again. So they must have known that I was reacting to it, but they never told me that. How's Butters, Deacon? Has he killed the duck yet? I know he's been trying. I've been sending him encouraging messages. Him and Bo are talking every day, you know. He's napping. Oh, good boy. See, because Bo is very learned about kitties. He grew up with a lot of kitties. Not yet, but he's still trying. Good boy. At the very least, it's good exercise for him. I didn't miss burning anything, did I? No. So far, we're at 6 burnings. Massimo watched me with a smile, sipping on his wine. These people drink around the fucking clock every goddamn day. Seriously. Ton, I said, propping my elbows on the table. I'm listening. At first, I was confused because it looked as though Olga was having fun. He paused, took a deep breath, and poured himself another glass of wine before continuing. What I saw was her arriving in his apartment dressed very enticingly, and then I saw him fucking her for the next 2 hours, at least, judging by the clock before she left. That's it. Okay, like 5 pages ago, Olga said it was 30 minutes. Now it's 2 hours? Why would you lie? Or did the author just forget what she fucking wrote? Like, that's equally possible. So, how can you be sure it was recorded yesterday? Because of Adam's swollen face and yesterday's newspaper on the table. Massimo spread his arms and shrugged. How did you get your hands on the recording in the first place? It wasn't for me. It was supposed to be sent to Dominic. That bastard wanted to humiliate my little brother and destroy Olga's life. See, I knew revenge porn was a thing. I knew it was going to be revenge porn. But dude should have just posted it on Pornhub. Like, his lawyer passed the CD to the officers at the detention center, but those numbskulls mixed us up and gave it to me instead. Oh yeah, sure, just have the police deliver this to somebody who's in jail just so you can humiliate them by saying, I fucked your girlfriend. It all made sense. No, it doesn't. Both Massimo and Olga's stories, Adam had been scheming from the get-go to disgrace his enemy and wreck his relationship. That he wanted her to orgasm with him and talk in English made a lot more sense now. The recording had to show that she liked it. He had left Olga's outfit in the bathroom, so she'd have to leave for a short while and he had time to set up the camera. Besides, it made it look all the more natural. And from what Massimo had said, the recording only started when Adam had signed the papers guaranteeing Dominic's release. So the only thing it showed was a good long fucking. How did you know Olga hadn't simply cheated on Dominic? I didn't, he said, rising. I bluffed. Your reaction made me certain. I tried talking to you back in the car, but you weren't entirely focused after our flight. What now? I walked over to him and cuddled against his torso. Nothing. I destroyed the recording. Dominic's free, and we're going to see the fight tomorrow night. He smiled, pulling away a tad. But if you're thinking about tonight, I'm going to enjoy the company of my beautiful pregnant wife. Okay. So I guess we're done with all of that. I'm guessing none of this ever comes up again. The next day I woke up at Massimo's side. His presence astonished me so much that I actually asked him if everything was all right, eliciting a bout of laughter. Yeah, because he's never around. He disappears more than Batman. We went downstairs to grab some breakfast, which was another shock to me. We weren't eating in our room, and it didn't seem like Massimo was in a hurry. We went to the hotel restaurant where we met Olga and Dominic. I hesitated. The man in black tightened his grip on my hand, leading me in their direction. After 30 minutes together at one table, our family idly came to an end. We have a meeting at noon, Massimo announced. Then another one. We'll be back at 4. Sebastian is around. Call reception and tell them you need a car. He kissed me on the head, patted Olga on the shoulder, and left. Her expression at this tender gesture was priceless. It was a mix of terror, extreme anxiety, and a dollop of revulsion. Yeah, don't touch me, creep. The fuck is his game? She asked, rubbing at the spot where he had touched her. I avoided her stare, considering whether to tell her the truth, finally settling on keeping it to myself. Yeah, she doesn't need to know. Olga was too much like Massimo in some respects. Unrelenting, persistent, and extra cautious. I'm talking to you, Laura, she hissed. Oh God, here we go again. This was going to be another day filled with too much information, curiosities, and situations I'd rather avoid. He, he, he knows, I stammered, shooting her a furtive glance. He knows about Adam. But before you start screaming, it wasn't me who told him. Her face went red and then paled. Breathe, Olga, I'll tell you everything. She started to bang her forehead on the table, making all the cutlery clatter. I quickly slid my hand between her brow and the tabletop. Stop it. For fuck's sakes, it's all right. I took a look around, lowering my voice to a whisper. But you should know what your fucked up ex was planning. Olga raised her head and stopped dead, screwing her eyes shut. Lay it on me. It won't get any worse. I told her everything that Massimo had told me the night before, explaining his strange gesture from a couple minutes earlier. And it had to be said that it had been one of a kind. The older Torricelli brother had never been Olga's fan before. He respected her and knew I wouldn't be able to survive without her, but I was sure he was also irrationally jealous of her, which made it impossible for him to really start to like her. Those times were over now after what she had done for Dominic. Massimo's view of my friend had changed. Yeah, that's a... Yes, this is how many pages we have left. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, we're at yeah, we've got about 150 pages left. So I really got to get on ordering the next book in the next week or so to make sure it'll get here on time. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in my Amazon cart tonight. Then I can probably yeah, I can order it sometime this week depending. I want to make sure I'm home because I don't want anything left anywhere in this building anymore ever. So I'm trying to always make sure that I'm home when packages are going to be arriving. So yeah, I will order that sometime this week so it'll get here before we run out of this one. Yeah, it's like 3 weeks. That should be enough time. Ugh. Oh, you know what I didn't look at? I looked at the price for the third one. I didn't look at the page count. I wonder if it's shorter or longer. It's probably shorter. Good morning, I heard a voice behind me and noticed Olga's terrified stare at the same time. Are you shitting me? She growled, scowling at my handsome brother. What? I sprang to my feet and fell into his arms, momentarily forgetting that he used to screw my best friend. Hey there, sis, he said, embracing me. Your husband woke me up and one of his goons drove me over through the snowstorm. What? Why? He took a seat next to me and shot a glance at Olga. Hello to you, sweet cheeks. How's it hanging? Okay, your brother can officially fuck off. His hand traced a line up her thigh as his lips stretched into an ugly smile. Okay, ew. Why is every guy in this a fucking creep? Why is every single guy in this a fucking pervert creep? Why? Why? That was so unnecessary. Quit it right away, I scolded him, his eyes dropping, stopping on my belly. Holy shit, he said slowly. Mom wasn't lying. I'm going to be an uncle. And you're going to be a mom. That's crazy. Why would your mom be lying? Why would she lie about that? I followed his eyes. In the tight fitting shirt I had on, my normally perfectly flat belly was bulging. I'm going to go to the gym, Olga said, leaving us at the table. This book sounds like it has a podcast in MLM. Pardon me, MLM? Don't think I know that one. Why are you lying? My brother asked with a smirk. Just tell the truth. You're going to suck someone off like you always do? And I'm pouring a drink over his head, because fuck you. I don't care if it's true. Fuck you. Here they were with their constant squabbling. You caught me, Olga retorted with a scowl. Unfortunately for you, you're never again going to know how it feels. Olga walked away heading to the gym, which really was a bit suspicious, and Kuba focused on me entirely. So, baby, husband, a move to Sicily. Am I missing anything? He asked, stirring his coffee. I frowned, rubbing my belly. Oh, the Costa Nostra. I nearly forgot the best part. I lifted my eyes and sent him an alarmed look. He just smiled innocently in response. His wide torso shook with laughter and he put his cup down, crossing his arms behind his head. So he knows about the mob too. Okay. Come on, sis. It's not like your husband is a nobody. I Googled him. It's nice that Google can tell you who the mobsters are. Oh, multi-level marketing. Okay, yeah, I've heard of. Oh. Mm. Jesus Christ, I breathed, hiding my face in my hands. Do our parents know? Are you dumb? Of course not. Well, maybe they suspect something. I've been looking into the finances of one of Massimo's companies. I couldn't miss some discrepancies. How is he getting a hold of financial information for a company, any company? What? I couldn't keep my voice down. Some other guests were turning their heads our way. You're working for him now? I advise, but let's not talk about it. Oh, God. Right. Great. Tell me how you're feeling and what happened at home. Yeah, can somebody explain why the mom is pissed? Because I still don't know. We talked for a long while, moving to my apartment at some point. There were just so many subjects and so little time. And my charming brother turned out to be a very caring man. Want to grab lunch? I asked when it started to get late. You mean dinner? Yeah. Don't you need to fancy up first? I'll pick you up at 7. The gala starts at 8. My eyes widened. You will pick us up? Mo told me to take you with me. He'll join us after he finishes a meeting. I felt sad. Not for the first time and definitely not the last. Another meeting and yet another case of another man taking me somewhere I should have gone with my husband. I wasn't really that interested in the fight. Not without Massimo. He had been the one to inspire me to dig into that subject in the first place. Kuba left me and I called Olga. She had ordered us a hairdresser and some makeup artists. I had another hour to take a bath and rummage through my bags to find something to wear in the evening. Excuse me. I sat over the suitcases and gutted them, tossing their contents to the floor. I had never been to a fight night, so I didn't really know what to wear. Should I pick an elegant evening dress or a pair of jeans? Suddenly it dawned on me. Black. It didn't really matter what I wore. If it was black, it would fit. That's not how clothes work. I grabbed a pair of Manolo Blahnik boots, tight-fitting black leather pants, and a loose Chanel shirt that did a perfect job of concealing my pregnancy. Satisfied with my choice, I took a shower, put on black lace underwear, and threw on a bathrobe. The makeup artists and hairdressers were almost done with me by 6. I walked up to the mirror and took a look at myself. I looked awesome. Those hair extensions formed a thick, long French braid, while the smoky gray makeup perfectly complemented my outfit. I threw off my white bathrobe and reached for my shirt. Call me when your asshole brother shows up, Olga said, leaving the room. And get dressed, woman. Stop showing off that fancy lingerie. I am getting dressed, I barked. Besides, I'm pregnant and that's not sexy. Ah! There are several people who would disagree with you and an entire category of porn. Pregnant can definitely be sexy. Olga sent me a scornful look. Your pregnancy's barely showing, you dimwit. You're still thinner than me, and I'm not even expecting a baby. Why do I think that's going to change in the near future? Oh, that's going to be a thing, isn't it? Okay, prediction. Olga's going to find out she's pregnant, but because she slept with Adam, she's not going to know who the daddy is, and that's going to be a problem because Dominic is the only one who doesn't know what she did. And that's going to be how she's forced to tell him, or she's just going to lie to him and never find out. I bet you that was the entire point of the thing with Adam, is so that when she finds out she's pregnant, she doesn't know who the baby daddy is. Now get dressed and call me when you're ready. I shut the door behind her and switched off the lights before playing Silence by Delirium from my phone, plugging in my earbuds. I had time. There was no need to hurry. It was snowing outside and the white blanket covered the entire pier. I observed the storm from the darkness of my room. The song was on repeat, playing for a second time when one of my earbuds slipped out. I heard that British accent of my husband that they didn't even try to put in the movie. You're mine, Massimo breathed into my ears. That's one of our words. That's one of our words. Where's my pen? So that makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 so far. Massimo breathed to my ears, trailing his arms up my sides and over my belly. Don't let me interrupt you, he added, putting the little earphone back in. Wow, got it right twice with earbuds and then slipped up into the European with earphone. And yes, they do call them that. That is just, yeah, her being European and the translator didn't catch it. The gorgeous vocals reverberated in my head, but I couldn't focus anymore. Suddenly, I felt a soft scarf covering my eyes. Oh, yeah, keep doing what you're doing as I blindfold you and fuck you over the sink. Yep, that's what's coming. I put my hand on the window, leaning against it. I couldn't see or hear anything now, entirely at his mercy. Standing behind me, Massimo took the phone from my hand and slid it between my breasts, hanging it from my bra. Then he spun me around and lifted my arms above my head, grabbing both my wrists with one of his hands. He bit softly into my lips, slowly exploring with his tongue. I opened my mouth, waiting for him to push inside. He's ruining all of her makeup, by the way, and probably her hair too. And nothing of the sort happened. I felt his teeth on my chin, neck, collarbone, and then my nipple. Massimo teased it through the thin lace, licking and biting. I moaned, trying to free myself, but his grip on my wrist tightened. With his free hand, he trailed a line down the inside of my thighs, spreading my legs. The music kept playing, disorienting me further as he played with my breasts, his fingers slipping under the bra. Eventually, all I felt was Massimo's measured rubbing of my puffed up clit. Suddenly, he pushed his tongue through the barrier of my lips, freeing my arms at the same time. The kiss was passionate, and I returned it, greedily pressing my face against his. My hands fell to his shoulders without breaking the dance of our tongues. I shifted them down over his skin, discovering that he had thrown off his clothes sometime earlier. Massimo's own hands cupped my buttocks, and he lifted me in the air with no apparent difficulty, carrying me through the room. Massimo, I said, unable to hear my own voice. I know what you want, he breathed into my ear, pulling one of the earphones out. But you won't get it, so don't bother asking. He put the bud back in and laid me down on the soft mattress of our bed. I felt him pulling my cell phone free from beneath my bra, before his finger hooked around one of the shoulder straps to slide it off, and then the other, freeing my breasts. I shivered as his teeth bit into my nipple, his lips sucking and her caressing, his fingers exquisitely irritating, turning and kneading. The music was deafening, but somehow it also increased the sensation in my whole body 100-fold. I was breathing and moaning louder than normal, but without even hearing my own voice. I couldn't care less. Massimo's lips explored my abdomen, finally reaching the lace of my revealing panties. I spread my legs. Playtime was over. This was his cue to step up his game. He did not. I felt his hot breath on my skin, but that was it. The mattress rebounded, and I felt him get up. I felt an impulse telling me to rip off my blindfold and get rid of the earbuds, but I instantly decided against it. I would only regret it. Not because my husband wouldn't punish me. Not because my husband would punish me in any way. No, it just ruined the surprise. No, he definitely would punish you. So I stayed put, disoriented and impatient, finally feeling his touch face as he turned my head to the side. Before I could react, Massimo's magnificent manhood pushed its way into my mouth. How did I not see that coming? How did I not see that coming? I should totally have seen that coming, and I did not. I need to play with fire. Dancing in the tongue part reminded me. Elon Flux, I know exactly the scene you mean. I know exactly the scene that you mean. Yes. I've not seen I've seen a couple clips of the cartoon, but I've seen the movie. It's actually a really good movie. Weird as fuck, but very well done. I particularly did love the costumes in that movie. Very much so. Alright. There we go. And yet, that one did not set the whole book on fire. There is no predicting when it will, like, pull a Roman candle and when it will, like, almost refuse to burn. I sighed in delight, grabbing the shaft with my hand, sucking and licking in a sudden spell of frantic activity. He tasted perfect, and the smell of his skin made my breath catch in my throat. There was no way to tell if he was enjoying it until his hands landed on my head. He initiated it. Yes, he's enjoying it. I liked it when he showed me what to do. The level of cringe on that line. When he fucked my mouth just as he liked it. When I could be sure my body was bringing him closer to ecstasy. So she's perfectly fine being a fuck doll. Again, you do you. But for me, this is not something to aspire to. After a while, the man in black made me lie completely flat on the mattress. Then I felt his knees on both sides of my temples and his cock gently settling on my lips. So now he's fully on top of her. She's going to die in this position. I opened my mouth, obediently taking his prick in. Massimo's hips started pumping as his lips touched down on my belly. Oh, so they're 69ing. Slowly crawling down my body, finally reaching my pulsating snatch. Stop using that word. Ugh. Ugh. Huh? Kleenex? I don't know where it went. Ugh. 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 I'm not sure of that. I have raised that question. I have genuinely said that there are things in here that very much make me believe the author's a virgin. His powerful arms pulled my thong off, leaving it around my ankles. I kicked it off. Excuse me. I kicked it off, and those same arms grabbed my legs and brutally spread them apart. Choking on his thick erection, I cried out as his tongue greedily devoured my clit. I felt his fingers sliding inside me at the same time. Suddenly, he jerked his whole body, rolling us over so that I was now on top. Without wasting time, I propped an elbow on his thigh and closed his cock in a tight grip. Fast and hard, I started to stroke it, feeling it get even harder. That's not how that works. Massimo wasn't far behind. He licked and sucked, increasing the pressure of his fingers, adding another one. He fucked me with his tongue, bringing me to the very edge of bliss. I adored that position. 69 allowed me to feel in control, at the same time plunging me into the true depths of rapture. 69 is not a control position for either side. I felt the familiar warm sensation in the bottom of my belly. My muscles contracted, my breathing quickened, and Massimo's movements increased in their intensity as I felt he was getting close. No, I cried out, ripping the blindfold off and the earphones out. I felt the orgasm subsiding, and the man in black shot me a surprised look. He smiled. I want to feel you, I breathed. That wasn't something I had to say twice. Massimo threw me off himself, instantly pinning me down with his body and shoving his cock into my wet, hot, throbbing pussy. Fuck me hard, I beg you, I whispered, grabbing his hair and pulling his face to mine, joining us in a deep kiss. He liked it, I could tell. Massimo loved violent sex. He adored it when I was vulgar and acted like a slut. He shot up into a kneeling position, grabbed my leg, and threw it over his shoulder, turned me slightly to the side, and assaulted me with his prick with enormous force. His long cock reaching the deepest parts of me, diving deeper than ever. Seriously, what was she smoking when she wrote this? and his hand slowly tightening around my throat. His index finger made his way into my mouth. I sucked it. Oh God, he's gonna like put his finger in her butt. Massimo's eyes widened with a vivid, wild roar. My stomach is clenching so hard it is literally very, very, very painful right now. He started pounding me with an animalistic abandon. And just a few minutes in, I greeted the familiar sensation back. The orgasm getting close, about to explode. Snow was falling outside, the room was perfectly dark, and the only things I could hear were my own raspy breath and the muffled sounds of delirium still playing from my earbuds. I came. It was intense and lasting. My nails bit into Massimo's thigh. And just when I thought it was over, I felt the man in black coming to, collapsing over my body, wrong spelling. Yes, definitely all the drugs. But I can say, unlike with E.L. James, we don't need to send her dolls for her to work it out. So far, she has not come up with any positions that are physically impossible or given anyone a third arm. Because believe me, I am going to ask the question when we get to the end of this series. Which is worse, 50 Shades or 365 Days? Which is worse? And you can't say they're both bad. They are both bad. They're both awful. They're both crimes against literature and crimes against women, and they should not be aspired to ever or seen as in any way good or healthy relationships. If you had to pick one, and you can't decide now because we have to get to the end of the series, you got to be fully informed before you can make a decision. Yes, you're so right. Yeah, she watches like she watches hentai. I'm sure she does. Cause yeah, I hadn't picked it up because I've read my share of like hentai and manga and etc. But yeah, a lot of this does read like that. You've experienced that before. The sensation where it gets harder. Okay, maybe it happens. I mean, whenever I was sleeping with somebody with a penis, I kind of left the most of the getting it hard part to them because I don't like touching penis. So maybe I just missed that. But collapsing over my body, his cock throbbing inside me, that provoked another epic wave of orgasm to wash over me. For a long time we stayed still, joined as a single entity, sweaty and heaving with exhaustion. I had my hair done, I said finally as I regained my wits. And makeup. But you weren't sated. Sated is the word. That is the word of the day. He planted a kiss on my forehead, still breathing heavily. Besides, I'm sure you look wonderful. Now let's go. It's time. I'd be furious. Dude, I was all perfect and getting dressed. You come in here, you mess me up, and now you're like, let's go. I need an hour. He added and quickly disappeared into the bathroom. You damned hypocrite, I thought, getting up and finding out I was barely able to walk to the mirror. As soon as I saw my reflection, I got angry. If my makeup was still more or less unscathed, my hair in total disarray. I grabbed my phone, praying that the hotel hairdresser had a free spot. He did. 5 minutes later, he was braiding my hair again, shooting me amused glances. Yeah, I'm sure they know. But let's play with fire. I don't know why my mind went to that scene in Sinners. No one asked you if you liked garlic. Uh-huh. Okay. One of my most hated words in the English language that has come up, I think, 3 times tonight? Twice. That is twice too many. Okay, the word snatch needs to only apply to, like, stealing someone's purse. Not any part of a woman's anatomy. Alright, we're up to 8. So we're over halfway towards the record. I don't think we're going to get the record tonight, but we'll see. We are getting a lot more reading done than I thought tonight. I feel like this is reading faster. Because, where are we on page count? We started... Where did we start? Oh. Hi, Sadell! Glad to see you! Yeah, we're almost at page count. We're only like halfway through, so I am reading this really fast tonight. Unless I've lost the ability to count. No, I haven't. Alright, we'll just get through more of it. That's fine. The more we get through this, the sooner it's over. That just seems so dehumanizing. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much all the times they have sex is dehumanizing. I think it's intentional. Mm. Okay. I need to get a refill because there's ashes in my glass. This is the water glass. The other one is the pink lemonade glass, which I'm only going to pour and fill if somebody wants me to chug, because otherwise I then have a glass of lemonade that I don't like pouring things down the sink because then I'm wasting, but I don't want to drink it outside of book club, so I'm not pouring this. Our chug glass is currently empty because it will be filled when somebody wants me to drink it. But this is my acceptable, like, well, it has iced tea right now, but usually water glass. But now it has ashes in it, so I need to get up and get some water. So please forgive me. I'll be right back. We're making good progress tonight. We're getting through this faster than planned because we're only like 5 pages off page count and we're an hour and a half early, and that's never happened before. Like, I'm wondering if I magically skipped 10 pages or something. I'll take it. There have been other weeks where we were short, so we'll just call this a makeup week. But I need water, so I will be right back. Please consider sponsoring a duck while I am gone. Or anything else. We still have handcuffs available, or chugging, or putting on a spiked bra. Those are all still options. Because my boobs will actually tolerate the bra tonight without making me want to cut them off. Ugh. I will be right back with water. Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, we're not as chatty tonight. That's because nobody was here for like, well, one person. You were the only one here for like an hour, so that's probably why. But yes, I have noticed the less chatty, the more reading gets done. This happens. But it's still a good thing, because then we're getting through the book faster, which means it's over faster, and we can get on to the next series that I actually want to read, which I will. I've decided what it is. I haven't decided how I'm gonna intro it yet. But we'll see. I'll figure it out. I got a whole other book to figure it out with. But right now, water. If you did skip pages, I would be ever so grateful. And you'd never be able to tell. You would never ever be able to tell, I promise you. I'll be right back with some water. Okay, evil ashes didn't want to wash out very easily. And I have confirmed that Puppy is indeed holding down the couch. Yeah, that would be nice, but we can't. Hello, everyone. Ugh. Although, how sanitized do we think the movie is going to be? There's so many things that are in here that we know are not going to be in the movie because they give it the Christian Grey treatment. They try to make it better. They try to make Massimo less evil. They cut out most of his extreme violence, murder. They cut out every time he's a rapist. I promise you, they're going to cut all the rapey scenes out of this. Probably the whole character of Adam and the wherever the fuck they were for 2 months. None of that's going to be in the movie. Man, I really cut my finger deep a couple weeks ago because it still hasn't healed. I really did literally, like, the knife slipped and I chopped it, like, really hard, though, so I'm not surprised. I was actually surprised at the time it didn't hurt more. It bled, like, a lot, but it didn't really hurt, but I definitely cut it deep. Yeah, you shouldn't have done that! Nobody told you to do that! In a group, we at least have the protection of each other to get through the stupid. You know, we can form a covenant and cast protective spells against it as we watch the movie that I have downloaded, and we will watch whatever Saturday we finish this. That the Sunday after, there will be a screening of the second movie. Do we think the music will be better or worse? And how many songs do we think the guy who plays Massimo will be singing in it? I still cannot get over that he's a singer. And he sang 4 of the songs in the first movie. His voice, it's like, I don't know if they did something to, like, auto-tune his voice or something, but because his like singing voice, if you just listen to the song, doesn't sound anything like him talking at all. Like, his accent is entirely different. So I don't even know in the movie how much of the accent he's doing is put on. Like, he has an accent in real life, but I think he's putting one on for the movie, maybe trying to sound Italian. If he's not, I think he is in real life, though. I don't know. You need to rewatch the first one. You really. Oh, remind me to send you my favorite review of the first movie that I've found so far because it's funny. They did use some auto tune. I think they did as well. I think they had to. I really do. Because his voice just sounds so different. In the meantime, Massimo had taken a shower and was now talking on the phone, pacing the room and barking what sounded like orders in Italian. I thanked the stylist, and my husband slapped a high-denomination bill into his hand without interrupting his conversation. Before he slammed the door in the poor man's face, pushing him out into the corridor. End of chapter. At least we know Massimo tips well. Alright. Chapter 13. Do we think evil will happen? Will there be spellcasting? It is chapter 13, but it's not Friday. Over here, the girl at the side entrance to the hall called out, lifting her arm. The snowstorm made her nearly impossible to see. She wore a sweatsuit and a sports jacket, and there was an earbud in her ear. Connected to a walkie-talkie she shouted into once in a while. I took a look around, trying to spot the end of the massive queue leading to the main entrance. At least we didn't have to wait outside with the rest of the people. Massimo grabbed my hand and led me to the door. Dominic, Olga, and my brother were following us through the snowstorm. Kuba's very presence seemed to irk the couple. Yeah, why is her brother suddenly here? Like, I need an explanation. The girl by the side entrance deftly wrapped a VIP band around my wrist and pointed me in the right direction. We entered through a narrow corridor which quickly opened up into a large room. Waiters stood holding trays filled with champagne glasses. More bottles were arrayed in coolers waiting on the tables. There was various refreshments, finger food, main dishes, and desserts. They're going to a boxing match or something and there's all this? What? I wondered for a moment whether we'd gone to the right party at all. Yeah, because that doesn't sound right. But quickly someone passed me the fight roster for the night. Like, we haven't even been told what kind of fight this is. Olga strode in with confidence, grabbing 2 glasses of champagne at once, downing one of them on the spot. Shouldn't she still be in a coma? Sweet tickets? Is that like having like like football and you have like box seats? What you got there? I asked, prying the papers from my what you got there? She asked, prying the papers from my hands. Let's have a look at the hot studs, shall we? Okay, yeah. She put down her glass and leafed through the booklet, murmuring with satisfaction at the sight of some of the fighters. I turned to my husband, who was talking to Kuba and Dominic. I tried overhearing what they were whispering about, but it was too loud around us and I didn't catch anything. That's when Olga's squeals distracted me. All heads turned in her direction. Olga was standing by one of the tables with the weirdest expression on her face, trying to pretend the loud exclamation from a moment before hadn't been her doing. What? I just got a bit excited at the quality of the fighters, she offered. No, you didn't. You either saw someone you know, someone you didn't like, or something else happened. They cater? Okay, that does sound nice. I'm all for, like, yeah, having a good time while you're having a good time. You know, and given how expensive some sports tickets can be, like any sport, there's always, like, the really ridiculously expensive tickets. Like, I know for basketball, like, where they have, like, 5 seats that are actually, like, kind of on the court, I know those are usually thousands for some teams. Oh, we have Aw, thank you, Sethel. We have a drink and a random painted quacker. Oh, now I have to choose. It's like choosing a baby. Okay. What duck? What painted duck? Which of our painted ducks shall now be elevated to our glorious pantheon of ducks? Okay, between Cleopatra duck and turducken duck. Yes, thank you very, very, very much. Hmm. 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 Yes, there is a teenage. Yeah, there's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles duck. This is Raphael. I looked up the colors. See, he's got his Siles. He was my favorite as a kid. And he's got his red mask and his stylies, yes. And I painted a nice gold pattern on his shell to make him extra cool. So yes, we have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Waiting to be chosen. But for tonight. Oh, it's really hard for me to choose. I want both of these. God, the argument in my head could kill people. Okay, we're going with Cleopatra Duck. I'm already getting yelled at by half my brain and getting a headache. Ugh. You ever just want to punch yourself in a certain part of your brain to make part of it shut up? Okay, we are going Cleopatra Duck. All hail the Queen. And unless there are objections, I am just naming it Cleopatra, because that's what its name is. Okay, so that was supposed to be the Pokemon level up sound. I will practice that because that was terrible. So we have our Cleopatra Duck going next to Insidious. Oh, and near Akasha, so the two queens can talk to each other. This is good. This is good duck placement. I'm happy with this. That's a very good Eye of Ra. Thank you for noticing. That was incredibly hard to do. It's hard to paint teeny tiny details on ducks. It's worth it because it looks really good when it goes well, but when it goes bad, it's a lot of scrubbing it off and having to start over. So there's that. But more importantly, we have chugging to do. And then I really gotta clean my desk. I can see the pulp. Ew, 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 ew. Don't overflow. Please don't overflow. I don't have a spare keyboard. And I like my indestructible mouse. I've had this mouse for like ever. I swear. They make like keyboards are so goddamn fragile, but the mice are like indestructible. Like you can swing them around and bash them off a wall and they still work. Why can't they make keyboards that good? All right. Please don't let me spill on this shirt because it's a pain in the ass to wash. As always, here's to love, here's to us, here's to all the times that we fucked up. That was like that much too much. Yeah, I'm okay. Oh, one of my eyes went really red. Okay, ignore it. Okay, there's like half an inch too much. Or I needed to do that faster. I possibly needed to do that faster. I'm fine. I'm good. Deep breaths. Oh, night, Deacon. I'm sure you did lots of things today. I think I'm partial to chugging a glass of wine instead. Oh, if I could, believe me. If I could, I would in a heartbeat. Now, next month we're gonna try something else because not such a fan with the pink lemonade. So I'm coming up with something else. I don't know what yet, but it will be something. Because we got a great creative bunch around here, and we will come up with a good idea. I know we will. Like maybe pop rocks or super sour like warhead powder or something. It'd be easier if I could do spicy challenges, but I can't, so we'll figure it out. And it wasn't that bad. It just sounds bad because the puppy didn't bother to come over. If it was really bad, puppy would have been over here and on my leg. He's very good puppy, even when he's holding down the couch and ignoring me. With a shrug, she walked over to me and pulled me away. Look at this. She pointed a finger at the penultimate fight. I stared at the page in disbelief. The picture showed Damien, my ex. What? So we have another guy that we've never heard of before. I snatched the brochure from Olga's fingers and gaped at it. Whether I wanted it or not, we were going to see my ex-boyfriend fight tonight. Feeling Olga's penetrating gaze on me, I swallowed loudly and turned to her. Is that what you're so happy about, you bitch? I asked sharply, slapping her with the booklet. Did you know? Answer me. Olga took a quick step back, putting the table between us and taking a sip of champagne. I might have heard this or that, she said, grinning. Why didn't you tell me? I narrowed my eyes and fixed her with a murderous glare. Why do you care if he's ex? Because we'd never have come here. She closed the distance between us and put a hand on my shoulder. Besides, Laura, there's got to be 1,000 people here. No chance you two will meet. What do you bet they wind up meeting somehow? And this turns into a thing. I cocked my head and shot another glance at Damien's picture, this time focusing on the visual elements and the information below. There was a note about his previous achievements, records, and success in international tournaments. I felt hot, involuntarily recalling some of the times we'd had together. Oh, is this the ex that used to do coke and get abusive? That ex? Or no, that was dancer guy who's already dead. Yeah, we've never heard of this guy. Excuse me. Oh, that tastes so sour. I wish I could say something bad about the man, but there was nothing. Our relationship had been great. That was a pity, of course. It would have been easier to dislike him now. You think he'll win? I heard a voice by my ear. His opponent's ground game is very good. Ground game, you say? I thought. I remember Damien's ground game was pretty good too, at least when we were alone. We still don't know what kind of fight this is. I shook my head, trying to shoo away the intrusive thoughts, and spun to face the man in black with a dumb smile plastered to my face. I think he'll win, I replied, giving him a quick kiss. With either a guillotine or an arm bar. Is that wrestling? He's a grappler, so he'll look for solutions on the ground. I shrugged, keeping my smile on my lips. Massimo's jaw dropped. He looked at me dumbstruck. What did you say? He asked, laughing nervously. Should I know something? I kept him hanging for a moment, basking in my own wit. You should know I can read, I said finally, tapping the booklet and pointing to the fighter's bio. This says he does that often. I say he tested it on you, Olga said in Polish, keeping her face impassive, but fixing me with an intense stare. Okay, she just wants to start some shit. Like, girl, shut up, not now. I ignored her, grabbing a glass of juice Massimo had placed on the table beside me. I sipped, feigning disinterest, though inside I couldn't stop thinking about the fighter I was about to watch in the Octagon later that evening. Okay, Octagon is MMA. Even I know that. And he's an MMA fighter, or Massimo does MMA, so it makes sense that, yeah, he would take her to an MMA fight. The last place he'd ever get me. Just not only no interest, negative interest. Warhead singles to go sour drink mix. 30 sticks variety pack. Green apple, black cherry, watermelon, blue raspberry, zero sugar, low calorie. Okay. I approve of the zero sugar, low cal. That's good. I didn't know that Warheads made a drink mix. But this is a good idea. Because also, when it's like individual packs, I can wait until somebody like sponsors one to mix it so I won't waste any of it. This is a good idea. Hopefully we have this here. I can definitely look. Yeah, this is a good idea. Thank you, Cerebellum. Yeah, that could be a really good idea. I know Warheads pack a punch. I've seen them in a lot of React videos. That could do very nicely. You didn't know about the meter? Yeah, maybe don't tell the kids. A staff member appeared, inviting us to follow her. We did, trailing the woman through a wide corridor until we passed a large gate and entered the arena. I looked around wide-eyed. The interior of the building was enormous. High stands surrounded the whole thing. At their feet were hundreds of chairs grouped into sectors. The cage stood right in the middle. I felt a lump in my throat and my hand tightened on Massimo's. The cage here was a lot larger than the one we had in the mansion, but it didn't change a thing. I recalled our own octagon, remembering all the things I wanted to use it for, and suddenly I wasn't sated anymore. I felt an overpowering need to have sex. You're a little public right now, but why do I think that's not going to stop them? A violent, rough fuck. This pregnancy and the storm of hormones it pumped into my brain surely make me fuck Massimo to death one of these days. That's so much more likely to be the other way around. My husband sent me an impassive look, though I was sure he was reading my mind. He smirked and bit his lip as though telepathically connected to me. The woman from the staff was still standing right beside us, but it didn't disturb him one bit. He kissed me, his tongue penetrating deep into my mouth. I wrapped my arms around him, allowing the kiss to last. We stayed like that for a long while until my brother rolled his eyes and prodded the woman to point us to our seats. They disappeared, leaving us alone. When my sudden need for love and attention passed, we walked towards the cage. Oh, it is. April Fool's Day is coming up. Could make a gallon of it and leave it in the fridge. That would be good. That would be a good one. I mean, depending on how much everybody likes each other, it might only work once, but yeah, that does sound like a good idea. Of course, me being evil, my mind immediately goes to mix it into the coffee grounds in the community coffee pot at work. And then let it make a pot of coffee and just don't, just don't be there. We had seats in the first row. That didn't surprise me a bit. It would have if the Italians had booked any other spots, in fact. What did take me by surprise was that Olga sat next to me and Dominic and Kuba sat by Massimo. They immediately started talking again. Business, probably. This wasn't strictly a social event, it seemed. I decided to leave them to their scheming. The first two fights were long and utterly fascinating. The brutality and violence of MMA was exciting. I'll take your word on that. Despite that, the discipline had a strict set of rules. To me, it was sometimes to me to me it seemed to me it sometimes seemed there weren't any. When the third fight ended, a 15-minute break was announced. I decided to spend it in the bathroom. I grabbed Olga and pulled her with me, stopping to briefly inform my husband where we were going. At first, Massimo wanted to accompany us, but the president of the MMA Federation showed up out of the blue and saved us by stopping by him with some more business. We were introduced and then could go wherever we pleased. Isn't it great being like a dog on a leash? The thing is, actual dogs like being on a leash because then they know they have their human with them and they're cared for and they're not going to run off. And, you know, this is a good thing. Why do you think they go ballistic when you touch the leash? Right, puppy? Bo, you want to come here, you little furball? I don't hear the pitter-patter of paws. I think he's just a sleepy boy tonight. Seeing the color of our wristbands, the security guards showed us through the gate and all the doors behind it. Having passed a few of them, I suddenly realized we were lost. Where the hell are you taking me, Laura? Olga asked, putting glances at our surroundings. This doesn't look like the bathroom. I looked around and frowned. I nodded furiously, agreeing. We were standing in the middle of a completely empty corridor. There wasn't anyone we could ask for directions. I grabbed the handle of the door we passed through a second ago and found out it was locked. In order to open it from this side, we needed a magnetic card. Okay, how are they letting her into like what's clearly a restricted area? She's gonna wind up in the locker room with the ex-boyfriend or some shit. Come on, I ordered, leading my friend. This corridor has to lead somewhere. A couple minutes of aimless wandering led us to the backstage area. There we go. There we go. Because you can totally just wander into the backstage area of a like primetime MMA fight. That's just totally a thing you can do because you have the VIP wristband. That's a fucking thing. No, it's not. There were dozens of people with headphones over their heads, running this way and that, shouting over one another. A man was sitting on the floor staring into a monitor and eating a sandwich. Others were lounging around, smoking cigarettes. Fascinated, I slowed my pace, watching this seemingly chaotic tableau. We passed a pair of men wearing identical t-shirts with the logo of the organizer. They looked like coaches. A couple of steps further in, there were dressing rooms for the artists that had, performed before the main show started, as well as the ring girls. The octagon girls, as they were called here, with breathtaking, lithe, athletic, long-haired beauties. They were laughing, doing their makeup, and using the break to catch their breath. They were a sight to behold. Their manager was bustling about them, hollering and cursing, but they just ignored her tantrum. What a despicable bitch, I thought, looking at the manager. They should do something about her. Nobody is noticing that they're here and they shouldn't be. So security sucks at this place. There it is, Olga exclaimed, suddenly pointing to a door with the letters WC written on it. I'm going first. I had too much champagne. When we were both finished, we decided to ask someone from the staff to point us back towards the main hall. I looked around, searching for signs that would lead to the main office. Someone there would surely know something. I spun on my heel and took a step forward, walking straight into an open door. A giant of a man with a bushy beard appeared around it. We both jumped back, startled. The door to the changing room swung shut, revealing a familiar face. There we go. There we go. Like we couldn't have known. Yes, she winds up running into the ex, and of course Massimo's going to come looking for her because she's taking too long. What was the last thing that happened in this that we didn't predict? Something abjectly stupid, I'm sure. Oh. Holy shit, I whispered, completely dumbstruck. That's... I broke off as Damien turned and noticed me for the first time. I don't believe it, he said, shaking his head. You're finally here. Oh god, is he going to be another guy that can't take no for an answer? Which is every guy in this series. He wrapped his arms around me and lifted me from the ground, squeezing me in a bear hug. Olga was completely stupefied too. Instead of trying to pry me from his massive arms, she gaped at the scene. Meanwhile, I could only pray that Massimo hadn't followed us. Yeah, count down to that. I wrote you so many times. I wanted to see you, and here you are. Yep. Damien shook his head, taking a breath. You've changed. And that hair. His bandaged hand touched my face. Hi, I sputtered. You look good. That was the only thing that came to mind. Had I just said that, dear God, I thought it was only in my head. But to be perfectly honest, he did look stunning. Olga giggled, but was cut short as her ex-lover, Capper, appeared in the doorway. So here's another guy we've never heard of. By the way, here's how this guy's name is spelled, because I'm not pronouncing this correctly. I'm sure it's like a Polish name or something, but it's spelled K-A-C-P-E-R. If you have any clue how to pronounce that, please let me know. For now, he's Capper. Oh shit, she groaned. The four of us stood in the entryway to the dressing room, and I couldn't stop thinking whether I'd prefer to die on the spot or kill Olga instead. The awkward silence was broken by a young man with headphones on his head who shouted, 3 minutes until we go live. We have to go, Olga said, pulling me away. Damien's friend placed his paw on the man's shoulder and led him back into the room. Good luck, I whispered as he disappeared behind the wall. We ran, ignoring the office, which had been our target in the first place. Shocked by that encounter, we sprinted down the corridor until we somehow arrived at the arena. Oh yes, we're magically suddenly not lost anymore. I leaned against the wall, trying to slow my breathing, and glared at Olga, who stopped beside me. 1,000 people, eh? There's no chance we're going to meet him. What does it matter? Again, what is the problem here? Oh, is he gonna win and then like shout out her name and be like, that one's for my long lost love, Laura, who's in the crowd tonight? Is he gonna do that? Is he gonna do that? Oh, and then Massimo stands up and shoots him on live TV. Why is my head in an evil space tonight? There's no good reason. I think the book just makes me think evil things because it's evil. I don't know. Is it like touching the Necronomicon? She tried looking apologetic, but her attempt failed. Instead, she burst out in uncontrollable laughter. Damn, girl. He did look like a total stud, though, didn't he? She said, licking her lips lusciously. And Capper? You saw how good he looked. Jesus, we acted like idiots back there. I laughed, too. I couldn't believe what had just happened. On the other hand, I had to agree with Olga. Both of them had looked gorgeous. We took our seats, trying to avoid Massimo's disapproving stare. Where were you all this time? Security is looking for you. He hissed through clenched teeth. It's a big place. We got lost. I sent him an innocent look and smooched him on the cheek. Your daughter needed to go to the ladies' room. I grabbed his hand, putting it on my belly. That was quickly becoming my number one solution to Massimo's chimeric temper. Okay, you shouldn't have to have a way to constantly diffuse your man. As long as I kept bringing up the baby, he stayed calm, quickly forgetting his temper. What are you going to do when you're not pregnant anymore? It worked again this time. The fury in his gaze melted away, and his lips stretched into a shy smile. I didn't really watch the next few fights. The only thing I could think of was my knotted stomach. I was waiting for the penultimate match. When the announcer finally read Damien's name, I jumped in my seat. The lights went out and the speakers blared with the song I knew. O Fortuna by Carmina Rana. A shiver went down my spine, and I felt my abdominal muscles tensing. I remembered this song and all the times I had heard it. From the corner of my eye, I looked at Massimo. He was watching the fighter's entrance, blissfully unaware of my internal struggle. I glanced at Olga, noticing her amused stare. She was wiggling her brows at me. I knew that look all too well. She read my mind and grinned at the nasty things I was thinking. The lights flared and Damien appeared at the entrance. He strode confidently towards the octagon, shrugging every few steps to loosen up tense muscles. Capper and the rest of the coaches followed in his stead. They pulled his shirt off. I couldn't tear my eyes off him as he rounded the cage like a gladiator. Gee, do we think her very possessive, very jealous, control freak boyfriend is going to notice that she's drooling over this guy? Though, seriously, if you bring your lady to an MMA fight, you kind of got to account for the fact that if she's the type that likes, big strong He-Man and muscles, she might get a little, aroused by said events. Lifting his arm to salute to the audience and finally taking his place in one of the corners. Olga's hand tightened on mine as I did my best to keep an impassive face at the sight of the mountain of muscle just a few feet away. The reflectors dimmed again and another song played. Damien was warming up in his spot, waiting for his opponent to join him, and I wondered if his eyes were scanning the crowd in search of me. I hadn't had time to explain what I was doing here. He didn't know I had a husband now and that I was expecting a baby. One of the beautiful ring girls walked around the octagon with a raised round one placard. The gong rang and the fight was on. I was getting nervous and it showed as Massimo started to gently stroke my thigh. The two fighters started off with an exchange of blows, but soon Damien grabbed his opponent and slammed him to the ground. The audience cheered as he straddled the other man and started to pummel him with his fists at an incredible speed. An instant later, as the other guy's head bounced off the ground for what seemed like the 100th time, the ref threw himself over Damien, blocking his punches and ending the fight. Everyone jumped to their feet, applauding the winner, who climbed to the rim of the cage and sat astride it, lifting his arms triumphantly. Suddenly, Damien's eyes found me and stopped for a second. I felt paralyzed, returning his stare as he jumped down and ran across the octagon. Here we go. Here we go. He's going to grab her and pull her up or something stupid. Exited through the open gate and crossed the distance between us, stopping right in front of me. Occupied with discussing the knockout, Massimo didn't even notice the mad fighter rushing over to us. Bull fucking shit he didn't. He's sitting right next to you. Bull fucking shit he didn't notice this. Damien stopped, his torso heaving, and I pressed myself deeper into my seat. That's when Massimo turned his head and jumped to his feet. Dominic and Kuba followed suit. The fighter's eyes darted from me to the man in black with visible confusion. After what seemed like hours, someone from security signaled him to return to the cage for the announcement of the winner. Damien raised his gloved hand to his lips, fixed me with a stare, and sent me a kiss before roaring and raising his arms in triumph again. People cheered deafeningly, and the mountain of muscle withdrew to the octagon. His eyes were fixed on me the whole time, and this is all being live broadcast. I froze, afraid to look to my right, feeling the burning gaze of my husband on me. Yeah, and he's going to be extremely pissed because he was just very publicly humiliated. What do you bet he responds violently? Care to explain what just happened? He snarled, sitting down. No, I said simply. I'm tired. Can we go now? No, we can't. He turned to Dominic and said something, making the younger man get up and leave for the exit. I spun to Olga looking for support, but the only thing I got was her idiotic expression as she tried to stifle laughter. God damn it, Olga. What do you say? Just be honest. He's an ex. I bumped into him when we were looking through the bathroom. I didn't get a chance to tell him we're married. I didn't know he was going to do that. What? She couldn't hold back any longer and burst out in a guffaw. There's an underused word. It's not my fault we're sitting in the first row and that your ex tried to kiss you right next to your husband. By the way, this is going to end in one hell of a show. She grinned even wider. I glared at her, but her eyes were focused on something behind me. Your man is going to burn holes in me with his eyes. Do something. I turned around, looking at Massimo. He was shaking with barely repressed fury. Yep. Yep. Ugh. Him and Gray, man. Horny and angry. That's all they got. I could hear him swallow over the din of the audience. His jaws were working rhythmically, and his fists were balled so hard his fingers went deathly white. You turn me on when you're angry. I attempted to placate him by placing a hand on his thigh. But you can't impress me with that anymore. I'm not scared of you, so you might as well quit it. I raised my eyebrows, nodding. I don't think that's exactly the right approach here. The man in black kept glaring at me for another second before leaning in. What if I bring you that left arm of his? Would that impress you? His lips stretched into a confident smirk as I stiffened. Just as I suspected, baby girl. We get to play with more fire. I think that makes 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Yep. He stroked my cheek. Now this is the last fight. Then it's time for the after party. I hope you're not planning anything more of the sort. She had nothing to do with it, dude. He turned away, leaned back in his chair, and followed Damien with his eyes as the man left the cage. I rubbed at my temples, wondering whether he was being serious or if that was only meant to scare me. It wouldn't be prudent to test my husband's limits. I didn't look at Damien even for an instant. I didn't watch the last fight, thinking only about what the evening still had in store for me. Going to a party was the last thing I wanted, but I had no idea how to avoid it. That's when it dawned on me. Maybe, I said to Massimo as we were walking to the exit after the show ended. I'm not feeling too good. That's exactly what I was going to say. Just say you're overtired. You're pregnant now. Your body can't take these late nights. I'm just going to go back to the car and lay down in the back seat. You go party. The man in black halted, sending me an anxious look. Of course, the problem is it can go too far the other way. What's going on? Oh, I hear the pitter-patter of puppy feet. Heading to the kitchen towards kibble. I'm sure it's nothing. I put my hand on my belly. It's just a bit of vertigo. I'd like to lie down for a moment. He nodded, grabbing my arm, leading me to the car. We got inside. Dominic joined us a moment later, taking his seat by Olga with his characteristic casualness. He started talking to Massimo. The man in black clearly didn't like what he was hearing, as he let out a rough shout, slamming his hand into the seat and making the whole limo shake. I call bullshit. The young Italian didn't relent, evidently pushing Massimo to do something. All right, I have to go away for a while, he said when the car started. Olga will go with you. Dominic already called a doctor. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it was going to go too far the other way. I knew he was going to overreact. I'm amazed at this point that he hasn't, kidnapped, the top OBGYN in all of Europe and forcing them to live at the mansion until she gives birth. Like, And, and like, she should have known that would be his answer. He freaks out at everything. Is he gonna shove her in the shower afterwards again and tell her he can't stand her smelling like another man? That still makes no goddamn sense at all. Oh, there's a puppy. Hello. You want to come up? Come on. Up, up. That's my good boy. Come on, up. Come on. Don't be lazy. All right. Belly, 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 you little suck. You little suck. Come here. Up, up. Come on. Come on. Everyone wants to see you. Come here. Here we are. Here's a puppy. Oh, you're all warm. Oh, you're so warm. That's my good boy. You're so warm. Yes, you are. Yes, you just ate some kibble, so you're all happy. Yeah. Okay. Not through the wires. Not through the wires. You broke enough of these. Oh, he's so warm. Look at the puppy. Look at him. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. Yeah. You are just the cutest thing. Yes, you are. Oh, my little baby. I love you so much. Yes. Everyone give Bo some love. Oh, you need a bath. You smell like pee. Yeah, you need a bath, mister. Should I take you in the shower with me tomorrow, huh? Huh? Want to get in the shower with me? And just hold you and wash you? No, dry you and you're the happiest doggy in the whole world? Yes. Yes, it does make you the happiest baby in the history of babies, doesn't it? Yeah. Yes, it does. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you for the kisses, you sleepy thing. You just got up for a snack, didn't you? Yeah. Snacking pets. Oh, yes, you good baby. Okay. No, I know you're sleepy. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Look at the sleepiness. Look at the sleepiness of the puppy. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. You're so cute. You are so cute. Yes, you are. Okay, I'm gonna put you down. Mm-hmm. He is very much pretending he did not hear that. So cute. You're so cute. Yes, you are. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yes, you are. You're so cute. Okay. I'm gonna put you on your pillow, okay? Oh, not just because you're heavy. Come here. Yes, I love you. Oh, I love you, little baby. Yes, I love you. Okay. Rub the belly. Rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Yes. Good boy. Oh, you're so warm. Oh, I want to use you as a space heater. Good little baby. Okay. Here we go. Yes, there we go. There we go, my good baby. That's my good boy. All right, we got puppy cuddle time. Because he's adorable. He's just the most adorable puppy in the history of puppies, isn't he? Okay, I thought I forgot to burn something. I have to finish reading the page first. Why would you need a doctor all of a sudden? Olga asked in Polish. You feeling unwell? What's going on? Jesus, I'm pretending. I rolled my eyes knowing the Italian wouldn't understand. Didn't Massimo say, though, that he was learning Polish? Like, at some point, she's gonna say something in Polish, and he's gonna, like, know exactly what she's saying. I rolled my eyes knowing the Italians wouldn't understand. I just don't want to go to the party and see Damien. I knew I recognized that guy from somewhere. Kuba chimed in with a grin. Oh yeah, her brother! Fuck! I forgot her brother's there. He understands her perfectly, of course, so he's gonna... Oh, fuck. Maybe it would be better if you didn't show up at the after party after all. Thanks, I growled in response. English, please, Massimo said, keeping his eyes on his phone. I should be back in an hour. Olga will stay with you until I return. If anything happens, call me. He sent my friend a look and she nodded seriously. What a farce, I sighed inwardly, and it was my doing again. Yeah, you really should have thought that one through, because this was very, very predictable. We drove all the way to the end of the narrow street bordering the part of town where all the clubs were. Massimo kissed me with a worried expression, and the three men left the car. Olga sat back in the seat next to me. Sebastian, she addressed the driver, drive us to a McDonald's. I'm in the mood for some junk food. Yes, I agreed. Me too. Yeah, you're really not feeling well, but you're going to eat McDonald's? Look. I'm not sure how much we ate, but over the 30 minutes we spent in the restaurant, we ordered at least 3 times more than I was used to. The woman behind the counter seemed to admire my appetite, especially since my outfit completely hid my pregnancy. The driver took us back to the hotel and opened the door for us. We crossed the lobby, waving at Massimo's security guard, who jumped to his feet at our sight. At the same exact time, we both said goodnight, and he sat right back down, returning to whatever he was doing on his laptop. We stopped by the elevator, and I pressed the button to call it, leaning my head against the wall and waiting. I was tired, stuffed, and sleepy. The elevator door slid open, and I raised my eyes. Capper stepped out, followed by Damien. Oh, God. As soon as he realized it was me, he pushed away his disoriented friend who lay in Olga's arms and then pulled me inside. What? I feel like I missed something. How is he there? The door slid shut and the elevator started moving up. Hey there, he breathed in my face, propping his hands on both sides of my head. Hey yourself, I stammered, confused. So he's basically just abducted her into an elevator and was somehow, like, what the hell? Like, they're back at the hotel. Like, this guy should be at his own after party right now. You don't just walk away from that, especially when there's news crews. How did he know what hotel she was in? Why is he in the elevator? Like, also, I'm adding to copied 50 Shades for this. Oh, wait. I don't want to forget to set fire to something. Hold on. And did they call a doctor? Where's the doctor? It's been an hour. What? Okay. For the 4th time tonight, burn, baby girl, burn. Not too bad. Wow, really, really holds the heat. This is like 3 pages later. It's super warm. Yeah, this really holds the heat. I've been missing you. His hands moved to cup my face as he stuck his lips to mine, taking my breath away. How about you shove him away and go, I'm married? I waved my arms around, desperately trying to free myself from his iron grip. I stood no chance. I pushed, but he didn't let go. His tongue slid between my lips. Bite him, you'll get his attention. I knew this feeling. In spite of the violence of that move, he was gentle and passionate. I fought with myself not to return the kiss. Then the door slid open again. I felt my assailant pull away, only to land with a thud on the floor. I spun and saw Massimo. Of course! He was holding the railing inside the elevator, savagely kicking the prone man. Yeah, because an MMA fighter is going to go down to a guy a third of his size. Yep. Then Damien launched himself upward and barged into Massimo, catapulting him outside the elevator. Terrified, I followed them. None of the men paid me any attention. They flung fists at each other, trying to kick each other until they both toppled to the ground and wrestled. They rolled, throwing fists and kneeing each other in the gut. There was an obvious weight difference between the two, but the fight was very close. I was furious and afraid in equal measure, but I couldn't intervene. In the heat of battle, they could hurt me or the baby. That's when Dominic arrived to the rescue, shouting and leading a unit of security guards. They tore the two opponents apart. The man in black was raging, shouting, while Dominic stood right in front of him, immovable like a wall, calmly explaining something. A moment later, hotel security arrived, and guests started peeking their heads through opening doors. The bodyguards released Damien, who shot me a furious glare and vanished into the elevator. Okay, I am saying none of this is her fault. Like, this just kind of happened. Yeah, I had that thought too. He'd have the element of surprise. Yeah, and if you catch someone off guard, yeah. But, like, I still want to know, though. This is at most an hour after they left. This guy just won a huge televised MMA fight. How did he get away? How did he get out of the venue and his own after party away from his coaches and the TV crews and like the promoters and the VIPs who paid to shake his hand? Like, how did he not only get away but know what hotel she's at and be in the elevator? All right, we got like a half hour left. We'll probably make it to the end of this chapter. Possibly. Yeah, we should, I think. Dominic walked over and motioned me to my room, giving me a little shove in the back. I left the scene, followed by my husband. Yeah, let's get out of here before somebody calls the police again. What the fuck was that? He roared, slamming the door shut behind him. You told me you felt unwell. He started pacing the room, wiping blood from his face. I bailed on an important meeting, worried sick about you, while you... Okay, if he's about to accuse her of cheating, he can shove it right now. He paused, stopping right in front of my face. My pregnant wife is making out with some motherfucker in the goddamned elevator. A deep roar tore from his throat, and he shot out his arm, smashing the wall with his fist. He kept hitting it until his hands started leaving bloody marks on the white surface. Yeah, that's not like seriously bad anyway. Who the fuck was that? He stormed back to me and gripped my chin in his hand. Answer me. I was afraid. For the first time in months, I was really scared of this man. This is not the first time in months. This is the first time in minutes. Suddenly I remembered who he was, and how dangerous and unpredictable he could act. My heart raced and my breathing quickened. A thin screech rang in my ears as my vision swam. I caught the lapel of his black suit jacket and sank to the floor. Before I blacked out, I felt his hands grabbing me. Hey, we officially have our first She Fainted. In the book, on page 275, this is the first time she's actually fainted in this entire book so far. We've had like 5 close calls, but this time she actually went down. The fighter wasn't observant of the wedding rings. Yeah, also that! She's got like huge freaking engagement and wedding ring on her finger. Like, I opened my eyes. Massimo was sitting in a chair next to the bed. It was bright outside the window. I could see it was still snowing. I'm sorry, the man in black whispered, kneeling by my side. Olga told me everything. Are you all right? I asked, taking in his swollen purple cheek and the gash in his brow. He nodded, taking the hand that hovered by his face. He pressed it to his lips and kissed it, avoiding my stare. He didn't know I was taken. I breathed, trying to push myself up. I'm sorry, too. I don't know how this happened. I closed my eyes, collapsing to the pillow. What were you doing in the hotel? Yeah, that's true, but we weren't told that, so I'm assuming that she's wearing them. As soon as I finished the last sentence, I realized it might have come out wrong. The man in black took his seat and observed me with hooded eyes. If I didn't know what really happened yesterday, I might have misunderstood the intention behind that question, he said, inhaling and running a hand through his hair. I went to a club and met who I had to, but the only thing I could think about was you, so I drove back. You were not in your room, so I called the driver. You weren't taking my calls. He told me he dropped you off at the hotel after you had dinner. I left the room to meet you halfway. That's when I bumped into you two. His bruised hands balled into fists. Why did you lie to me? When did she lie? I watched him trying to come up with a good explanation but found none. There was only the truth left. It was the only way you wouldn't make me go to the party, I said, shrugging. Oh, she lied about feeling sick, right? I said, shrugging. And since I knew I could bump into him at that party, I didn't want to take any risks. I pulled the bed cover over my head, but the man in black ripped it back off. Okay, no, she did not just do the literal child thing. I know she likes to pretend to be a little girl and he's protector daddy. I get it. But no, grown ass woman did not just like bat her lashes at him and pull the covers over her head in the little kid, you can't see me, I'm not in trouble kind of way for him to like pull them off. That's going to be in the movie. It's going to be they're going to do the move. Even if it's not in this scene, they're going to do the move. Because, ew. It was a mistake. Please don't kill him. Please. My eyes watered. Massimo kept glaring at me, not even trying to hide his irritation. It's good the doctor stayed around. He caressed my cheek. I might employ him full time. See? Just call it or what? He's, yeah. Now there's just going to be a random doctor that's just going to be following her like security does all the time. There's a puppy on my leg. Hi. Come here. Yes, come here. Up, up. Okay, come here, you. Hi. Hi. Somebody needs more cuddles. Somebody needs more cuddles. Yes, you go. Oh, my good boy. You're chubby. You've been eating your kibble. Yeah. He wants to lick my face so bad right now, but he can't. Oh, no, I have makeup on. Isn't that just the worst? Because you can't lick my face and you really want to. Oh, he's so tempted right now. He's like, please, please let me lick your face. It's what I do. And puppy, it's how I say I love you. Yes, oh, I know. All right, you can lick a little bit if you want. No, you're not going to do it. Once he learns something, that's it. You won't lick me till I take the makeup off, will you, little puppy? No, you won't. Oh, so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yes, you're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yes, you are. With your floppy head. You're so cute. I love you so much. Yes. Yes. We all love you so much. With your chubby little belly. With your chubby, chubby, chubby belly. Yes, chubby belly. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm definitely adding a $5 option. I'm gonna get some like dehydrated chicken treats for him. And starting next month for $5, you'll be able to feed the puppy a treat. What do you think? Is that a good idea? Is that a good idea, huh? Is that a good idea? Yeah? People can feed you treats? Yeah? He thinks this is a good idea. I mean, if I'm not going to let him eat a duck, the least we can do is give the puppy some treats. Yeah, I'll make sure they're chicken. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? It's a good idea, huh? Yeah. Yes. He deserves them. He's a good boy most of the time. Hmm. Yes, you are. Yes. Most of the time, you're a good boy. Sometimes you forget. Don't worry, I got you. I won't let you fall. Okay. He's completely limp. Okay. You just lay down, go to sleep, okay? Yes. You lay down, hold your pillow, curl up in a ball. And he is getting heavy. Promise me, I pressed on when he tried changing the subject. I promise, he replied, pushing to his feet. Besides, I wouldn't do that anyway. He's Carol's man, a cousin. He shook his head in disappointment and left the room. He is such a child. I stretched and glanced at my watch. It was nearly noon. Massimo returned with his laptop and lay next to me, throwing a leg over mine. Did you sleep at all? You don't look so good, I said. He shook his head, keeping his eyes on the monitor. Why? I edged closer, wrapping an arm around him. He rolled his eyes and sighed, irritated, putting the computer down. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that my pregnant wife blacked out and I was worried for her well-being. He sent me looking at it, or maybe because my wife kissed another man and that made me so mad I won't be able to sleep until next weekend. You want me to go on? You're so sexy when you get mad. Let's not promote this. Again, you do you when it comes to fetishes, but this is not good. If it was compartmentalized and kept to the bedroom and they had like strict rules and he wasn't a rage machine 24/7 and one that she has to beg, please don't kill my ex. If he didn't have all of that, then fine. But not like this. My hand slithered into his gray sweatpants. I want to suck your cock. That line is never not going to make my head hurt. I felt his muscles tense. He bit his lip. Please, Don Massimo, please let me suck you up. Oh, just reading that, I want to throw up. Oh, my stomach doesn't like that line. Ow. My fingers rubbed at his dick as I kissed his bruised shoulder. He nearly died a couple hours ago. What's with the sudden burst of energy? He asked as I started pulling down his pants. Did she? Did she nearly die? I don't think she nearly died. Maybe if we knew what the fuck her heart condition was, I would have a better gauge on whether she nearly dies every time she blacks out. But we don't know what the fuck is wrong with her. We don't know what the fuck her disease, disorder, condition, whatever is. We don't know what the mystery heavy dose sedatives she takes are. Maybe. I get good drugs, I replied, amused, yanking at the leg of his sweatpants. You're not helping. I pouted and knelt down, dropping my arms. Massimo's hips lifted a bit, but his eyes didn't wander from his monitor. He was pointedly ignoring me. Take the hint, girl. Also, don't be this pathetic ever. It didn't matter one bit. He was naked and his thick cock was fully awake now, erect and spurring me to action. However, Massimo tried to keep his expression impassive, he couldn't cheat nature. This is creepy on so many levels. I crept up his leg, preparing for oral assault. I think I'm officially cracked. Oh my god, this is bad. Ugh. It is so bad. Uh, when Massimo murmured a few words in Italian and unexpectedly put down the laptop and twisted away, leaving the bed. I followed him with my eyes open-mouthed, locked in place. He grabbed his black shirt from the backrest of the chair and put it on as I watched. I have a video call to make, he said, pulling a laptop stand to the bed. Oh, is she gonna be like just below camera range? Like, yeah, I'm willing to bet that happens. He buttoned his shirt and took a comfortable position before adjusting the camera on the monitor to show only his head, his shoulders, and the top of his torso. His fingers hovered above a button for a moment before pressing it. A man's voice rang out from the speaker. All the time I stayed on the bed observing my husband's unusual provocation. Don Massimo, the head of the Sicilian mafia, was spread out on the mattress, dressed only in his black shirt, doing business over the internet, with his erect dick out and ripe for the sucking. Oh, God. If I was trying to write a bad, intentionally bad, porn parody, this is how I would write. Yeah, that sure as fuck is one way to put it. The man in black snatched a file of papers from the nightstand and leafed through it, presenting them one by one to his interloper. I crawled like a cat, my back arching, closing in on Massimo's crotch. He took a quick glance at my ass and cleared his throat before focusing on his call. Slowly, I edged closer to his feet and licked his toes, positioning myself so he could see my behind better. I stuck out my buttocks, passing just a few inches from his face. How is your ass not on camera? My mouth climbed higher and higher up the inside of his calves, spreading my man's legs inch by inch. He couldn't see me now, the laptop obscured his view. I could do as I pleased with the entire lower half of his body. That worked out so well the last time you tried shit down there. Having finally reached his bulging erection, I hovered above his cock, blowing at it gently, signaling that I was there, ready to begin. I think he fucking knows. His free hand gripped the sheets in anticipation of an attack that wasn't coming. I blew, tickling the tip of his penis with my tongue, and softly brushed my fingers along the skin around it. The man in black put the documents back on the nightstand and shifted the laptop a bit so he could see me with the corner of his eye. I leaned over his erect prick and looked Massimo in the eyes, freezing in complete stillness. I waited. He did nothing, getting impatient. Waiting, I withdrew a little, changing position. The camera could only see a small fraction of the room, so I lay down next to Massimo, careful not to enter its field of view. There's like no way. There's no way that she's not being picked up on the camera. There's just no way. I took his hand, the one still gripping the sheets, and slid it into my underwear. Massimo's eyes, still focused on the man on his screen, widened suddenly as he felt how wet I was. I sank his fingers deeper, at first rubbing them against my clit, and then guiding them into my hole. I played with myself using his hand, every once in a while taking it out and licking the fingers clean before spilling the fingers back inside me. Spilling is so not the right word there. Massimo's chest started rising and falling faster. His breathing became deeper and more strained. Finally, his hand started acting on its own, pushing itself harder and faster against my cunt. I rested my head on the pillow and closed my eyes, allowing the feeling of pleasure to overcome my whole body. I had to stifle a moan. It was only a matter of time until I started making noises. My hand landed on his wrist, pulling it away, making the ecstasy fade. For now. The man in black didn't interrupt his call. He lifted his hand, rubbing his lips with a finger, pretending to consider something the other man said, leaving the taste of my pussy on his lips. He flicked out his tongue briefly, and his dick grew so hard it nearly broke in half. Excuse me, I have to type that to 3 people that I know right now so I don't forget. I had to pick a worse one. Wait, where? I want to get it right. Oh my god. That is not a thing. Oh, it might be true that it can get hard and then get harder, but no, the breaking in half thing, I'm going with no. Going with extremely no. It's not a thing. Oh. Oh, my face actually hurts from this smiling. Oh. What in the actual? I have lost all touch with reality. His dick grew so hard it nearly broke it out. I know breaking the dick is a thing. I'm aware that it can actually happen, but isn't that usually from like, it's not from getting a hard on. It's usually from like trying to ram it in really hard and like missing and hitting somewhere else. Like, I know it's a thing that can happen, but I don't think it happens just from getting a hard on. Ugh, being too rough, yeah. Yeah, because, like, we got places that can break and tear, etc. I'm guessing Viagra is responsible for a significant percentage of broken dicks. I'm guessing it's involved at least a good percentage of the time. Anyone know what a kangaroo fish is? Don't know why that came to mind right now. Again, my head's in the evil place. A hand hovering over his mouth flew towards my head, grabbing my hair. It gently tugged at it, directing my head back to his crotch. He couldn't bear much more of this torment. I allowed him to guide me to the place I was planning to end up anyway. I opened my mouth. As the first inches of his manhood were pushing their way in, and as I recognized the scent of my imperious husband, I went crazy. I swallowed his entire long cock, grabbing the base tightly and stroking. My lips followed the movement of my hand. Massimo tightened his grip on my hair, trying to slow me down, but he stood no chance as long as he had to focus on two things simultaneously. I sucked him with full force, clamping my mouth on his delicate balls every so often. How? Okay, because we have heard this is the first time the word long has been used with his dick. She did previously say that his dick was as wide as her wrist. So as wide as her wrist and now very long. And somehow she's able to take it all and get her lips to his balls. I call bullshit. His hips began to fidget, wriggling nervously. His entire body tensed, and his voice broke. I raised my eyes. Massimo was sweating profusely, and his face was contorted in an expression of deep regret. Letting me play with him suddenly wasn't such a good idea. This conversation must have been very important indeed. Otherwise, he would have ended the call a long time ago. I liked torturing him like that. It was turning me on better than most anything else could. Massimo snatched the papers from the nightstand again and pretended to look at them. He was actually staring at me. His body was burning with passion. His eyes were dark, and through parted lips he was greedily gasping for air. Then I felt it. The first drop, before a great wave of sperm flooded my throat. Massimo was still listening to the voice of the man speaking to him, desperately trying to look like someone reading through a stack of documents. He was shooting his seed into my mouth the whole time. That's on the list. A lot longer than usual, and in this particular case, he didn't look especially happy to be doing so. When he was finished, his body relaxed and he cleared his throat, locking his eyes back on the monitor. I put myself up, licking my lips, and went to the bathroom. I took a shower and returned to the bedroom. Massimo was still talking. I went to the large window and stood there, drying my hair with a towel and watching the sea. I didn't manage to turn back and see if my husband finally finished his call, when his hand pressed me against the glass. Okay, before we continue, where is my lighter? There it is. Yeah, like how big your mouth is at one thing, but also there's a depth, there's like a gag reflex, like hitting your throat issue. Alright, also one of my most hated words when used in this context, seed. Bye bye. It's hard to tell if it's still on fire sometimes. Puppy fur. You are unbearable, he said, tearing my bathrobe off and slamming the towel to the floor. I'm going to punish that little ass of yours for that. He lifted me into the air and carried me to the couch. You like to test my limits? Okay, Neil, this is going to be bad. My breast pressed into the back of the sofa. I spread my legs, feeling Massimo's knee prodding me. I grabbed the couch and waited for what was about to come. The man in black stayed behind me. Oh, is he gonna spank her? Is he gonna whip her with his belt or something? I don't know why that popped into my head, but it did. The man in black stayed behind me, rubbing my back entrance with a lubricated thumb. Hey, did they finally discover lube? I like how you look in that position, he said, pushing me deeper into the sofa. Now relax. I did as he asked and felt his finger brutally push inside me. I cried out. You're not listening to me, Laura, he said and added another finger. I wanted to jerk away, but he pinned me down, grabbing my wrist. Yeah, this sounds really consensual. We both know you'll like it. Just do as I say. That just doesn't sound rapey at all. Not at all. Like you cannot write this and be unaware of how it sounds. Massimo's lips touched the skin of my back and I felt a shiver run down my spine. He released my hands and his fingers shifted over to my swollen clit, beginning their circular motion around it. I moaned, pressing a cheek into the backrest of the couch. You see, he said, increasing both the strength and pace of his motion. You wouldn't want me to stop now, would you? Fuck me, I breathed. I can't hear you, he growled as his fingers increased the pressure. Fuck me, Don Massimo. As you wish. With one expert movement, he replaced his fingers with his cock and launched into motion. Yeah, he's just that good at sex. His hips slammed into my buttocks again and again, but his hand didn't leave its place on my clit even for a second. It wouldn't take me long to come. Wrong spelling. Mm. Especially since I'd been close before as I had been sucking him off. At one point, the thrusting stopped. Massimo grabbed my waist and rolled us over. Now I was sitting astride him, facing away. That's called reverse cowgirl. He spread my legs and sank his fingers into my hole. I cried out loudly, not caring who might hear. Massimo's other hand clamped around my breast, pinching my sensitive nipple. I was on top, so I had the power. Bull fucking shit. The rhythm was under my control. I propped my hands on the backrest on both sides of his head and started racing towards orgasm, picking up the pace with each second. My arms weren't strong enough to keep this up for long, and they started shaking just a couple minutes into the exercise. The man in black placed his hands on my hips and impaled me on him with full force. Play with yourself, he breathed straight into my ear, as my fingers set off with their circular motion. I felt every muscle in my body tense, while my voice died down in the frantic heaving of my lungs. Massimo kept lifting and dropping me over his cock until I orgasmed. That does not sound sexy, just the way it's written. It doesn't sound good. Totally and overwhelmingly. As I came, I felt him spill seed inside me with a loud roar. Oh, we get one more time to play with fire. Since probably our last, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn it, 6 short. With a loud roar, additionally multiplying my ecstasy. We finished together in concert. Massimo placed me carefully on the couch next to him. We were trying to calm our breathing, laying on our sides when the phone rang. Massimo inhaled deeply and took it. For a moment he only listened, finally bursting into laughter. Noises, he asked in his fantastic British accent and listened some more. In that case, I'd like to rent all the rooms bordering mine. Move the guests somewhere else and compensate them any way you see fit. Put it on my tab, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're complaining about sex noises in a hotel, you need to figure out where you are. He hung up and hugged me tighter. Puritans, he chuckled. I kind of agree. In Italy, we would be an example to be followed. instead of a nuisance to complain about. Nobody tells me how loud I'm allowed to fuck my wife. End of chapter. We are going to stop there for the evening. I didn't think we'd make it all the way through the chapter, but we did. Let's see. Where did we start tonight? Oh. How many pages did we get through? Because I think we set a record. Oh, it's late at night and I'm trying to do math. Not a good idea. We got through 57 pages. That's 17 more than the usual goal. So we did good. And we are on page 286 of like 405-ish. Yeah, I really got to order the book soon. Yeah. I'm going to tell my phone to remind me of that. Oh, but we are done for the evening. We did good tonight. We got through a lot. I didn't throw up. Thank you, Cerebellum, for reminding me to eat Tums early. That has definitely helped. Big, big help. Especially when I had to read way too many blowjob scenes tonight. Just way too many. But, well, there was a great deal of stupid. None of it was as bad as some of what came before. Can at least say the sex scenes were fairly short. It was a lot of cringe, though. A lot of cringe and stupid. Not to mention the level of predictability is, shall we say, really fucking high. But that is going to do it for this week because I desperately need some food. Ugh. Let's see if they have chicken. I have chicken, but it's frozen. How quickly can I thaw chicken? Probably fairly quickly. Puppy is under his puppy bed, curled up and sleeping, but he says he loves everyone, even all the kitties watching. I'm still hoping to get a new kitten for my birthday. I got a lot to do between now and then to make that happen, but I'm still hoping I will get a kitten for my birthday in about 6 weeks. That would be very nice. If all goes according to plan, and if I get my button gear on some things, which I really need to do. But we shall see. Wish me luck with the kitten getting. I need a kitten. I need a tiny fur ball. I need a new baby. Not that I don't love Bo, and he is the best of all doggies. We all know this. But I've never had just one pet, and I haven't not had a cat since I was like 8. So it's weird not having a cat in the house. I need a kitty. So wish me luck with the kitty getting plan. And I will see you all next week, where hopefully we shall have more ducks. We got our Cleopatra duck tonight, which makes me happy. It makes me happy. And it makes our painted ducks feel appreciated. More to come. Again, if you have any ideas for painted ducks or anything you would like me to attempt, please leave it in the comments or the Discord. If I don't know what it is, I will find pictures and verify with that is the actual correct thing, because Google's not always right. But good luck finding a chaos gremlin. Thank you. Sometimes you need a chaos gremlin. You do. You just need them. And I'm going to make this the cuddliest kitty I ever had. I need something that's just a ball of fluff with eyes. Preferably a void kitty ball of fluff. I haven't had a black cat in a long time, and I always loved them the best. Even though they scared the hell out of my grandmother, and she was the old lady that would literally cross the street if she saw a black cat. I remember asking her once when she suddenly grabbed my hand and pulled me across the street why we were doing that. because of course I was tiny and I just wanted to pet the kitty and she was pulling me away from the kitty and that wasn't good. She would never admit it too. That was the thing. Because she didn't answer me, which of course made me ask my mom, and my mom was only too prepared to dish. Excuse me. Ow! Ow, that hurt. My mom was only too happy to dish that yes, grandma is incredibly superstitious. Then she had to explain what superstitious was because I was like 6. But my grandmother, even though I caught her, now that I knew what it was, and as I was getting older, I caught her with the superstitions a few times, and I would ask her about it, but she would never answer. She would never admit that she was just being superstitious, ever. It was the funniest thing. Your husband wants a void kitty? Get a void kitty! You already got 3. One more won't make a difference, trust me. Get the void kitty. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for our new duck. I can't wait to fill up our new stage. And I will figure out how to make the ducks all fit on screen better somehow. I really might move one of the stages over here. I might do that, but that would mean clearing all of this off, and there's so much stuff. But we'll see. I got a week to figure it out. I will figure it out. I definitely got to move some stuff this week. So we'll see. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for keeping me company through this terrible book. We'll get through it. We've probably got 2 to 3 weeks, depending how fast we go. 2 to 3 weeks left of this one, and then I don't know the page count on the next one, but I will look just so I can get an idea. The series that we're going to read after that, I have the first and second book of. It's a series that I actually started reading a long, many years ago. I think I only got partially through the first book. I don't remember a damn thing about it. It's by an author that there is another series that she wrote that I am very much into. I'm way behind. I'm like 10 books behind on that series. I almost went with that one, but no, I wanted to go with the second series that she wrote because I haven't read any of it. Like I read like that much of the first one, and I again don't remember a damn thing. But I figured this was a good opportunity to read those and see if they're any good. I'm not claiming this person is one of the best authors ever. It is an erotica book. Not as much erotica as this is like it actually, at least in the other series, there's actually like other plots and things that are not just sex. So we'll see. Because, yeah, the series we're going to read, I'm more or less blind on. Because don't remember a damn thing. But I like the author, so hopefully it's good. We'll see. We'll get through the first book and then decide if we want to keep going or switch to a different series. But I will formally announce what series at the appropriate time, which won't be for a few weeks. But thanks to everyone for being here. Thank you to all the pets. Love on all our ducks and love on all your kitties and puppies and all other furry things. Now we'll see everyone next week. Get some sleep. Try not to think about this. Love yourself and love on your fur babies. Until next week, this has been Bad Erotica Book Club, and I've been Insane Lane. Good night, everyone.